this meeting of the Carson City School District School Board to order. It is Tuesday, July 14th. First item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. This is for possible action.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Joe, second by Laurel. Any discussion by the board? See none. Any public comment?
We have one public comment.
About the agenda?
It does not specify. Hold on just a moment. Joe, you are unmuted. You can now talk. Hearing no response from Joe.
All right, I will call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. The next item on the agenda will be the flag salute, and then I'd also ask you, we had some bad news. Lily Reedy, a longtime employee of the district and friend to many, has passed away recently. Obviously, her husband also was an employee of the district, Brian Reedy, and so after the flag salute, we'd ask everybody to join us in a moment of silence. So, Trustee Carini, if you will lead us in the pledge.
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're practicing a moment of silence right now. All right, thank you. The third item on the agenda is the superintendent's report. This is for information only. Mr. Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. Just a brief reminder that the special session is still going on. There didn't appear to be a lot happening when I tuned in multiple times today. I think the lawmakers are meeting behind doors and trying to discuss the conditions associated with the budget shortfall. What I do know is AB 3 has been put forward in some fashion, and there are a lot of educational programs that will be affected should some of those grant-funded programs go away. So it's a little too early to talk about that yet, but as soon as we have more information, I'll bring that to the board's attention, and that'll conclude my report.
Thank you, Mr. Stokes. Next item on the agenda is board reports. This is for information only, and we'll start with Trustee Carini.
No report tonight.
Thank you, Don. Trustee Wilkie. Thank you. Trustee Varner.
No report.
Trustee Cassiopo.
No report.
Trustee Crossman.
No report.
And Trustee Ramirez.
No report either.
And I also have no report this evening. The fifth item on the agenda is association reports. This is also for discussion only. Do we have any association reports?
No.
Seeing none, we will move on to public comment. Comments will be accepted through telephonic participation or through virtual participation via email at publiccomment@carson.k12.nv.us. Comments may be made by members of the public on any matter within the authority of this board. Please note that public comment will be taken on items marked for possible action before action is taken on such items, and members of the public are encouraged to comment on such items at the time they are being considered. Although members of the board may respond to questions and discuss issues raised during public comment, no action may be taken on such matter until the matter is placed on an agenda for action at a meeting of the board. In making public comment, speakers are asked to identify themselves for the record. Speakers are further asked to refrain from speaking over each other if participating by telephone. Speakers are asked to limit their comments to no more than 3 minutes, whether in writing or oral, and not simply repeat comments made by others. This is for discussion only. Do we have any public comment?
See no public comment online?
Any public comment other than the opening? Okay, thank you. We will move on to item number 7, presentation of the Carson City Safe Routes to School Master Plan to include infrastructure and programmatic recommendations for public schools in the Carson City School District. This is for discussion only, and I'll call Kelly Norman and Cole Pfeiffer. Good evening.
Since we have just one mic, I will introduce myself and Cole, and then we will. I'm sorry, I just lost an earring. I'll pick it up after. And then I'll let Cole do the rest of the presentation. So my name is Kelly Norman. I'm the Transportation Planner Analyst at Carson City Public Works, and I'm also the Western Nevada Safe Routes to School Coordinator. The Carson City Safe Routes to School Master Plan process kicked off in September of 2019 with observations of and consultations with all 8 elementary and middle schools in Carson City. Headway Transportation, Alta Planning, Carson City School District, and Carson City Public Works have worked together to contribute to this document. The master plan is designed for each Carson City school to easily reference programmatic and engineering safety recommendations for their particular school to focus on. Programmatic recommendations from this plan will be incorporated into the Western Nevada Safe Routes to School program to support the Carson City School District. And engineering recommendations will be incorporated in the 2050 Regional Transportation Plan for long-term planning and implementation of the engineering projects over the next 30 years. Children and students make up a large portion of the bike and pedestrian network in Carson City. The Carson City Safe Routes to School Master Plan will serve as a guide for the city to partner with the Carson City School District to improve the bike and pedestrian network across Carson City, benefiting all active transportation users. Without further ado, please allow me to introduce Cole Pfeiffer from Headway Transportation. He will be presenting the plan to the board tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Oh, sorry. Apologize, lost an earring, not mine. My name is Cole Pfeiffer, I'm Senior Planner with Headway Transportation. I'm excited to talk to you all tonight about the Safe Routes to School plan we've been working on for 9 months or so. So let's, without further ado, get into it. Kelly already touched on a lot of this kind of overview where the plan fits in. These projects will be pulled into the Regional Transportation Plan, which is currently in process. And as she mentioned, although this study does focus on improving the safety of walking and biking for students primarily, it will provide benefits to all users of the transportation system, specifically walkers and bikers. There we go. Okay. So the goal of the Safe Routes to School plan is to develop a plan that focuses on the 1 mile radius around each public elementary and middle school within Carson. And we also decided to expand this to include bus stop locations as well. After talking with staff, we identified that as being an issue for students. the safety of them getting to the bus stops and then being at the bus stops as well. As far as the process of putting the plan together, it followed the typical Safe Routes to School planning, which identifies 6 different E's that you should focus on to develop a holistic plan. These are engineering, education, engagement, encouragement, equity, and evaluation. Really covers the gamut of any type of information that students would need or engineering to make the transportation system safer for them. How we developed the plan, as Kelly mentioned, we met with school principals and staff at all 8 schools, and then we kind of picked their brain a little bit about some of the safety concerns they already know about, and then we decided to observe morning and afternoon pickup and drop-off for ourselves. We observed it in person, and then we also had the use of an aerial drone, which gave us, it was kind of fun. Gave us a totally different perspective than we're used to, that bird's eye view to identify circulation issues, pinch points, and then primary routes for pedestrians and bicyclists around the school. Additionally, we analyzed relevant data such as crash data and vehicle speed data on high-speed roadways around the schools, and then also looked at the bus routes and the bus stop locations. One of the most insightful portions of the project that we did was doing a survey, asking parents as well as students what they identified as issues for walking and biking. The parent survey was for parents with any student in any of the elementary or middle schools across Carson City, and the student survey was for middle school students. What we found from both surveys was that they both agreed what the major focus areas should be. They identified the safety of intersections, the presence and condition of sidewalks and pathways, and then the speed of vehicles along their routes as the major focus areas. So we took that and wanted to develop our recommendations based on that. As we were developing our recommendations, as I mentioned earlier, we focused on the area within 1 mile of each school as kind of the walk zone and analyzed the walking and biking network in that area. Then I wanted to identify what the major walking and biking destinations are from that specific school, whether it's a neighborhood or a specific location. Like for Carson Middle School, Dutch Brothers is a very, very hot destination, so we wanted to pinpoint that. And then identify those and focus on those main primary walking, biking routes to those destinations and work out from the school. The area within the closest proximity to the school is going to provide the benefit to the largest number of students. You have the largest number of students walking and biking closest to the school, so working out from there provides the greatest benefit to the greatest number of students. As we developed our recommendations, we not only focused on those 3 focus areas, but also addressed specific locations identified through the survey. And then as we were developing recommendations, we wanted to, as much as possible, reduce walking and biking distances. That was a major barrier to walking and biking that was identified. Not typically something Safe Routes can do, is deal with the distance to schools. But there were some locations that we could kind of add a multi-use path or a bike ped bridge and shorten the distance that a student would need to walk or bike. So we included that. Additionally, we wanted to improve access to and awareness of school bus stops, and then kind of throughout all of this, we took into account the knowledge that school boundaries are going to change in the future with the expansion of Eagle Valley, potential new elementary school and the like. We wanted to take that into account and develop a plan that would still create a safe route for a student if their boundaries changed and they needed to go north instead of south. So we tried as much as possible to have an adaptive plan for future changes. So I'll jump into the recommendations here. The engineering recommendations we divided into 3 different tiers. The quick wins are really low-cost, rapidly implementable recommendations that address safety across all schools. Tier 2 is really as the name implies, the core of the engineering recommendations. And these are projects to improve walking and biking at all schools over the next 20, 30 years with the regional transportation plan. And And then the aspirational projects are projects that are more transformational in nature, that don't have a defined timeline because they need a little bit more analysis as far as feasibility, operational analysis. Just a little bit more detail about each tier. The quick wins includes 25 different locations, which again are intended to be deployed rapidly. They will address 14 different bus stop improvements. Includes an RFB, which is a rectangular rapid flashing beacon, and then a host of other improvements. Tier 2, 54 different locations, again, addressing safety at all schools to be implemented over 20 to 30 years. There are different project types, really just what the project focuses on. If it focuses on bikes, it's a bike network enhancement. Walk zone, if it focuses on sidewalks, and then a project that includes multiple different elements would be a corridor enhancement. These went through a prioritization process to ensure that the highest priority projects that provide the greatest benefit would be programmed first. The prioritization process included 8 different factors, as you see here, including the survey results, as well as ensuring that the recommendations were implemented in an equitable fashion, and then also taking into account the cost efficiency of the project itself. Aspirational projects, there's a total of, that should say 25 locations, that really identify an ideal network of low-stress bicycle facilities for all schools. These will supplement and enhance the existing bicycle network, and they are really focused on developing facilities that are appropriate for all ages and abilities. So when designing for a school child, you have to design for somebody who is about yay tall and is not super familiar with navigating around transportation, so you want to make it as safe as possible. And that's what these recommendations include. They include some innovative facility types, such as a bike boulevard, buffered bike lane, cycle track, and the protected intersection, which you see an example of here. At the bottom, that's an example put in place in Memphis, Tennessee, where they have implemented this concept with really low-cost materials such as paint and bollards. Just an example there. Again, it's important to reiterate, there's no defined timeline for these as they require a little bit more feasibility, but they're intended to be supplemented with the Safe Routes to School infrastructure toolbox, which is included as an appendix to the report. This represents national best practices for Safe Routes to School infrastructure design. And it's intended to be pulled from and pull ideas and concepts from as much as possible. Finally, the programmatic recommendations are really just recommendations at a policy level that can be applied across a number of different schools. Looking at engineering, wanting to have a standard look and feel for a school speed zone. Signs vary from school speed zone to zone, so wanting to make sure that that's consistent throughout the city. And then, as I mentioned, increasing awareness of school bus stops. For education, we wanted to bolster the existing education programs. For instance, the bicycle safety program, education program through the elementary schools is fantastic, but might need a little bit update of equipment, maybe some curriculum and whatnot. So we wanted to bolster that, and then also have an increased awareness of some school safety laws and how to be a good pedestrian. As you can see, we have a large number of children walking from Eagle Valley, but they're walking in the road. So we want to just fix that with some good educational materials. Encouragement is really a fun part, making walking, biking fun for kids through different competitions, activities, like a Golden Shoe Award. You allow kids to compete which class can have the highest percentage of people walking and biking, and at the end they get a golden shoe and maybe a pizza party. And then looking at school zone engagement. This is really engaging with law enforcement. It's more of the stick to the carrot of education, kind of increasing the engagement from students as well as parents of the laws within the school speed zone. And then finally, baked in throughout all the recommendations is an equity component through the engineering recommendations, ensuring that recommendations that benefit a disadvantaged community are prioritized, and then ensuring that programmatic recommendations are implemented in an equitable way. And then finally, ensuring that you are monitoring your progress through to implementation, seeing what impact this is having on the number of students walking and biking to school through hand tallies and the like. The next steps, we're gonna hopefully get some good input from you guys. We're gathering some input from Carson RGC, and we'll be incorporating that feedback into a final master plan and then coming back to the RGC in September for adoption. So I know that's a lot that I threw at you, but I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Do you have any questions? You do have a question? Go ahead, Laura.
I just have a couple questions, just because I've heard of Safe Routes to School multiple times. Are you affiliated with can you guys hear me okay, okay. Are you affiliated with the Nevada Department of Transportation, or is this the Carson City organization? What agency, or are
Yeah.
you separate federal agency? What agency oversees you, I guess?
No, that is a great question. So this was done through working with the Carson City Public Works Department. There is funding available through NDOT. There's close partnership with them, but this project was done through Carson City Public Works.
It's through the city, but then sometimes you get funding through NDOT if they've
Yeah,
got funding
yeah.
to do? Okay.
So that was kind of my question too, because reading the packet this was an unbelievable presentation.
Oh, thank you.
You have some really great information, and I wish the print was a little bigger, but
It's supposed to be 11 by 17 pages, so I apologize if they scrunch down to
Okay.
kind of be illegible on 11 and a half by 8.
so in the executive summary on page, let's see, I have to put on my glasses. Can't see. But E-1, it talks about the engineering recommendations cost by project tiers. Where is this money coming from? Like the 202,000 for the quick wins and then the other 36 million?
Certainly. So I think I might allow Kelly to answer funding questions.
Thank you. Kelly Norman, Transportation Planner Analyst. So I work for Carson City Public Works. I'm just going to answer her question first, and then I'll get to yours. So Western Nevada Safe Routes to School is a part of a Safe Routes to School state program. There's a Washoe County Safe Routes to School. There's a Las Vegas Safe Routes to School. Now, I work for Carson City Public Works, but Western Nevada Safe Routes to School covers Carson City, Story County, Douglas County, and Lyon County. And Western Nevada Safe Routes to School applies for a TAP grant from NDOT where NDOT has the state Safe Routes to School coordinator who makes that decision whether, how much to give to each Safe Routes to School regional program. The money for these projects, Carson City Public Works, and I talked with Superintendent Stokes about this earlier as well. With this plan, what Carson City Public Works and Western Nevada Safe Routes to School is proposing is not for Carson City School District to come up with money to implement this, nor obligating the school district to implement this plan. What we're looking for is to partner with the school district, having the school district support in these safety measures and implementations can allow Carson City Public Works to apply for grants not previously, that we were not previously able to. With this plan and incorporating this plan into our regional transportation plan, we're able to increase the different funding for these projects with the support of and the input of specific schools and the surrounding territory that that engineering project would affect. So we are, we'd like to work with the schools, but not obligating the schools to pay for such projects.
Thank you, and like I said, I think it's a great program. I love all the stakeholders that you got together, and I love the idea of a task force being put together. So I just want to thank you and your staff and the engineering firm for putting this together, because you can really tell that you talked to a lot of people and you studied this a lot. And so we appreciate the time and effort.
Thank you.
Richard?
Yes, thank you for the study, very informative. But I was wondering, when you did your study, if you found any major trouble spots, for lack of a better term. I've expressed several times over the last year or two that I'm really concerned about the speeders on King Street by Boardbrook Bray and Carson Middle School. I've sat there almost every day for the last 4 or 5 years, and I see traffic during the school hours going 35, 40 miles an hour. They just won't slow down. So I'm wondering if there's any money to maybe buy speed trailers, to put a trailer out there to show the speed, or if there's any other kind of traffic, like maybe speed bumps, anything like that, that could be put in place to slow that traffic down. And I'm sure it's not only those 2 schools, I'm sure it's the rest of the schools too, but that's the schools that I've picked out.
So perhaps Cole has some additional information. I have a couple comments. King Street is problematic, and Louis, the crossing guard, would be right there with you. And I know if he's listening, he's super happy that you mentioned that, because he talks about that a lot, and talks about it and thinks that nobody's listening, but we are. There are several engineering projects on King Street that address this within the plan. In addition to that, Western Nevada Safe Routes to School is working with the sheriff's office. We had planned to have a safety intervention on King Street before the shutdown, before schools came out. We were planning to go out on a Wednesday when the sheriff's office was full, have the sheriff's officers out there, hand out safety information, remind drivers to be safe. It's one of those programmatic engagement activities where you go out and you remind people that being safe in a school zone is incredibly important, and to not forget that. I think another thing that Western Nevada Safe Routes to School is doing right now is we're working on a plan to standardize school zone signs. And perhaps by having these new signs out that will remind drivers to drive slowly, I think that it will require continual engagement with drivers until with consequences from the sheriff's office. And the sheriff's office is aware of this. I've talked with them. They are engaged, they are aware, they are out there as well, and ticketing people. And so that is something that we're working on specifically as well, in a number of different ways.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to see the sheriff's office there a little bit more. I mean, like I said, I've sat there for a long, long time because I picked up my granddaughter there. And I see the sheriff's office there every once in a while, but to be honest, not real often. And so maybe if you could encourage them to be there a little bit more often, and any other type of activities you guys could do or implement, that'd be great. Thank you.
And I think you addressed that in here about using the SROs and a lot more in that area too, that you're working with that part.
Just another question with that, along with the school zone safeties, for those that do ride buses because they live so far away, is there any coordination with safe routes to school and sheriff's departments to ensure safety at bus stops? I know you've talked about increased signing, but there's a lot of, several incidences, we had a couple near misses of drivers just not heeding stopped buses and not following the signs that way. Is there any particular bus routes that you've seen to be more problematic in this study, or any pressure that you can, or encouragement with the sheriff's department to make sure vehicles are properly stopping for school buses?
That's a really good question. That's actually a pretty interesting idea, I think, kind of almost like a jaywalk sting, but kind of with a bus stop. We don't have anything in the plan that specifically ties law enforcement with bus stops exactly, and creating that connection. We identified the highest need being really in front of the schools to engage, and wanting to have an increased level of engagement. If we're able to focus it, we want to focus it there. I will say that there are in the quick wins, the 14 different bus stop locations for temporary signage to increase driver awareness that bus stops, kids are waiting at these bus stops. Bus stops are a little hard because they move frequently. It's either every year, every other year, kind of depends on the students that are coming, somewhat frequently from talking with Sherry Fletcher. So wanting to have a program that's nimble enough to make people aware of those bus stops as they do move every once in a while was a little bit of a difficult issue, but that's a very good point. Kelly has something to add.
I'm sorry, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I have an answer as well that I would like to contribute. So one is I've had conversations specifically with Sergeant Mike Cullen. They recently did an activity where they staked out a particular bus stop and ticketed those drivers that did not stop when the bus stop stopped. And they ticketed many, many people who that day were educated about how to stop when a bus stop stops, so that the kids that enter and exit the bus are safe. Another thing that we realized along with this Carson City Safe Routes to School study is that many of the bus stops around Carson City are located on the perimeter of Carson City. These are streets that will most likely not have sidewalk connectivity. And so what we want to do is make the bus stop location itself as visible as possible by locating signs in those locations and notifying drivers. That's another area where Safe Routes to School can work on educating drivers specifically in these bus stop areas. And these are neighborhoods, most of them on the perimeter of Carson City, where we can do outreach and say, listen, there's a bus stop in your area. Please be considerate and just remind drivers. I think everyone constantly needs reminders about driving safely around students. We all need these kinds of reminders before anything horrible happens. None of us want that, and I don't want any kind of accident. So I'm thinking about engagement with the community with these areas specifically around the bus stops that drive through there. And these are neighborhoods, so that the people who live around that neighborhood is the people who we would engage with to address that. Mm-hmm.
Well, and I just want to say thank you for all that data. It's great data. It's useful for our schools. It's useful for us as a district. And we're grateful that you're partnering with us to ensure the safety of our students. And then if I just had one suggestion, it probably would be one of those speed boxes by Trustee Crossman's house. I could give you that address.
Yeah, Trustee Crossman,
I've driven
I'm
with
not
her before.
aware of that.
Yes. With the camera. You have public comment?
So I live on King Street.
Sir, you need to come up to the microphone, identify yourself for the record, please.
Thank you. My name is James McDuffie. I live on 804 West King Street. I literally live on the corner of King Street and Mountain. I look into the parking lot across the street. And I I have to agree with you. That road is insane. Like it drives, people don't treat it like a 25-mile-an-hour zone. People drive through there at 50 all the time. Lou and I talk at coffee in the morning. I'm the guy out front with a coffee cup when my kids are walking across the street to school, and it's insane. And the two biggest problems with that street is I don't understand why there isn't stop signs all the way down at every single intersection. You go all the way down to the main corner right there, just before you get to the Capitol, and, you know, on Division there's no stop sign there. So when kids are crossing the street to go down into the square, there's no stop sign, and cars are going past on Division super, super fast. And in addition to that, the sidewalks, they did an amazing job on Washington Street with the new double wide sidewalks. Like the super wide sidewalks are super nice because the kids stay on the sidewalks. The sidewalks in front of my house and all the way up and down King Street are atrocious. They don't even exist on half the blocks. And so they're missing all the there's no sidewalks for kids to walk on. And the sidewalks are so bad that my wife and I had a little girl that had her scooter who literally right in front of our house hit one of the edges on the sidewalks and split her chin 4 inches across the front, right? She had to get stitches. So, I mean, anything we can do to improve that street, I think is a huge benefit. And when you think about the fact that there's Carson Middle School, Fritz right down the street, and Borderwick Bray right there, you know, it's like you get 3 schools for the price of fixing just 2 roads in terms of sidewalks and stop signs. And I think stop signs are relatively cheap to go install. And it's amazing how many times it's like 3 PM, and just after all the kids got picked up, you still have cars that are speeding 50, 60 miles an hour down that road. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've screamed and yelled at people to slow down because it's insane that if I was 2 blocks over on one of the other streets, people would be driving 25. It's a 25 zone, it's not a 50 zone. So I don't know what more we need to do to make that, you know, perfectly clear for our kids. So anyways, I agree, 1,000%.
Thank you. And just for the record, stop signs are for the Board of Supervisors, but the safety around our campuses is, of course, our interest. So thank you for your input.
First of all, Kelly and Cole, thank you. You know, I think Safe Routes to Schools and the city's participation has been good. There's always room for improvement, but we appreciate everything you've done. I mean, I remember when I was a kid, not here, I don't think there was any such thing as Safe Routes to School. You jumped on your bike and good luck to you. Right. I mean, I rode down the middle of the street sometimes. And so I really think we've gone a long way. When we get to things like, you know, paint and bollard at the intersections, yeah, I'm an engineer, so I often get friends who will ask me those questions, and I'm not a traffic engineer. But they'll say, oh, I saw our intersections park green and these stripes and that. They're like, that's great, but what does it all mean? Right. What kind of public awareness can the city or does the city do in terms of bringing just citizens up to speed on, you know, what does the color coding mean? You know, how do we get that information out to people?
Yeah, definitely. So the question is the color coding of the green paint for cyclists. You know, that is something that I guess I don't know the current activities that the city engages in to make people aware of green paint within the city. But that's something that a lot of other cities around the country have grappled with, kind of a new paint, new color on the street. There's a lot of materials out there.
Yeah,
that could be
and I'm not asking for, you know, hey, what do you know about it now? But my thought is when we're doing these kinds of things, just, you know, the public awareness part of this piece, you know, we might want to think about how do we get this out to everybody so that, you know, people know what we're talking about.
Certainly, and I would say for some of the kind of more aspirational projects that are really not familiar to the Carson City context, there would need to be a certain level of public awareness and public engagement just to make people aware of this is what a protected intersection looks like, this is how it works, this is what the green and the red means and whatnot. So that's that, but. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the presentation, both of you. Next item on the agenda is presentation of the superintendent's reopening instructional committee's draft plan for the 2020-2021 school year. This is for discussion only, and Mr. Stokes will ask you to share your plan.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. With your permission, I'll remain here and invite Dr. Delphin and Mr. Fueling to join me. They are experts in their own right in different aspects, and I will likely turn to them for some support as I make this presentation. So I'd like to begin first by thanking everyone who has provided input and suggestions and ideas and questions. This is certainly a topic that is of great interest to all members of our community. And it's one of those things that we're probably not going to be able to see eye to eye in all cases, simply because of the various conditions that members of our community are going to have with regard to this topic. Regardless of the finalized plan, I think it's also important to point out that there's going to be some level of risk in going back to school. I think there's a level of risk in getting in your automobile, but where school has been such an institutionalized part of our lives that we're all very familiar with, there are some considerations for doing things different. And part of the presentation tonight will go into that. So tonight is a discussion about a possible reopening plan. This is a draft. There's no expected action for tonight's activity. But certainly when we look into the future, our next school board meeting is July 28th. And on that particular meeting or before, should the board decide, we are required to have enough time to have a plan approved by the Board of Trustees, which then can be submitted to the Department of Education for their approval. And with that, I will start here. Okay. We were able to receive a lot of information, and I'll start with just my own peers. So there are 17 school districts in the state of Nevada, and we have the opportunity to discuss and talk about the conditions that are affecting our work, our jobs. We also invite to those meetings the State Superintendent of Public Instruction, that's Joan Ebert. And she's not a member of our group, but she is very pro-education, as you would expect, by virtue of her assignment. And because of her affiliation with the governor's office and also with the Department of Ed, we appreciate her input and are grateful for the guidance that she's provided. It's been said recently that the Center for Disease Control, CDC, is taking another look at the social distancing conditions in the United States. However, it's all over the news that there is a spike in COVID-19 new cases, and that is causing some reaction by governmental agencies in different states. And of course, our governor continues to make regular statements with regard to what's going on in our cities and in our state. One of the conditions that is helping to drive the plan that you'll see tonight is around social distancing and building occupancy restrictions. And the building occupancy restrictions is essentially being driven because of our buildings or lack of square footage to put all the students that we have in our buildings. And of course, the current social distancing concept is that you've got to have 6 feet between human beings in order to meet that condition. So we are understanding, at least I am, that there's got to be some flexibility in what we do. And in order to get our plan ultimately approved by the Department of Education, we are going to have to be in concert with what the governmental conditions are. I spoke with a trustee late last week. It was right after the Washoe County School District presented their initial plan, and their initial plan included putting elementary schools back into practice with all of their students. I had heard from members of the community that maybe some of these social distancing considerations were not as important as I was placing importance on them. And so I just wanted to share with you where these things are coming from, executive, emergency directive from the executive of the state, the governor, specifically emergency declaration, Directive 022. You'll see there at the bottom there with the bulleted points that social distancing and behavioral change must remain in effect. And again, we're looking at this as a requirement in all aspects of our work. And so because of the size of our buildings, the number of students that we have, size of our buses, the number of students that we transport, all of those things, you have to take into account these social distancing and behavioral changes that have been recommended by governmental leaders. This is from the same document, and again, the bulleted points, that reopening of, and the ing I added, so I adapted this so that it would be grammatically correct and Mrs. Crossman wouldn't give me a hard time. But reopening school buildings must ensure that occupancy shall not exceed the lesser of 50% of the listed fire code capacity. So again, there are these concerns that are part of our decision-making and part of our planning. This particular part of the same document references the Path Forward program that was put out by the Department of Education. And in speaking with the Superintendent of State Instruction, Public Instruction, and also my colleagues, it was well known and stated clearly that our plans would be in jeopardy of not being considered if we did not follow the Phase 2 conditions of the governor's recovery plan. Another aspect of that work and that document comes about with that second bullet, which says districts that wish to delay the start of school to accommodate a longer period for planning for reopening. That's something that is of consideration, and that will be part of my recommendation this evening, that we do take the current start of school, which is August 17th, and move it back to August 24th. Those 5 days will allow us to provide additional training for our teachers as they work within a plan of remote learning. That's not something that we have had to do in the past until schools were closed in March. And it will be of benefit to our organization and also to our teachers, to our families, to our students, for our teachers to have more instruction regarding remote learning. So at the start of this process, I was able to put together a group of individuals that represent staff members, parents, community partners. We had teachers from all levels. We had administrators from all levels. We had trustees. And we began working on a concept around how do we reopen school in the fall. And so these were some of the planning principles that we tried to espouse at the very beginning. One of the things that we heard regularly, not only this summer but also in the spring, was that our families, our students, our parents, and our staff have certain needs that need to be met, including if we have students that are now requiring daycare of some kind, it would sure be a lot nicer and easier for our families if those conditions were uniform in some way. And so that was an important aspect that came up regularly in our discussions. We also knew that in a variety of ways there was some equity issues in providing education for our families. And that mostly surrounded the concept of technology and the ability to provide or to have access that was easily accessible for our students as different lessons and school activities or events were being incorporated into the remote learning process. Obviously, it's our everyday expectation that academics are highly engaging and that our students have the ability to grow and to progress and not to be held back. And so that too was part of our planning principle. And then it just seemed like that every day that goes by within our current pandemic condition, there are issues associated with change. And if you think about education and the education that you know, we have established protocols and policy and regulations and activities all around doing schoolwork in a certain way, which is what we're used to. When that changed, we were making hundreds of decisions on the fly, providing information to staff, to families, trying to get down the road, expecting that at any point we were going to be able to go back and do school as we were used to having it. But so far that hasn't happened. And so here we are again expecting change. So the proposed plan for the coming school year has been reviewed by our reopening committee. Not a lot of the detail, but certainly the general concepts and the framework. We looked at the survey data that was made available as a result of a survey that we put out in the first part of June. And coming back from, or coming out of all of these different conversations, it's my belief that the school district needs to be ready to accomplish 3 different plans. The first would be what we're used to doing, our 100% in-person, on-campus holding of school. That's what we do. We know how to do that. We know how to schedule. We have the conditions of transportation and health services and nutrition services, academics. We have all of those things in place for a 100% full return to school. However, again, as I mentioned earlier, the United States seems to be going in a different direction, and whether or not this is actually even going to be possible in the coming years, anybody's guess. It's certainly, I don't believe, going to be available to us at the start of the school year. So the other thing that I'm expecting to see, maybe in greater numbers than we even saw in the spring, and that is that I believe parents are going to be more apt to keep their students at home because of health-related concerns. As a result, we've got to put together a system that is well-adapted, that supports families, that supports teachers, that certainly supports our students, and that is a process of remote learning. Now, that can look like 2 different things, and I'll go into that in a little more detail further on in the discussion. But a teacher-led remote process can occur by a classroom teacher who provides additional support or remediation or additional teaching or even enrichment that might happen, but not necessarily in the school building. That might happen at home or in some other location where a student has access to the internet. The other way that remote learning can occur, and we are planning to see additional students at all levels actually take advantage of our online process, which is our Carson online system. And that is a system where motivated families will have the opportunity to have their students maybe spend 2.5 to 3.5 hours on the computer going through a program that has been developed by generally a commercial organization that at the end of the day the students are expected to have the knowledge, skills, and abilities and exposure to curriculum that they would typically have, given whatever level of schooling or attainment that they are. In fact, we use Carson Online to help students who are credit deficient earn credits towards graduation. And so that's another opportunity and possibility. That's part of our teacher-led or remote learning offering. And then the third item there that you see is a combination of full return and remote learning. And I'll spend more time on that one specifically because I think it's probably going to see it's going to be the process that we're going to see the most of, at least as we consider the starting of school. And of course, there are a variety of operational considerations and modifications that we're going to need as we move forward. So here's what a proposed hybrid instruction model might look like for Carson City School District. And this particular model was developed by our reopening committee because of a couple of different conditions. One, I've been asked several times, why is Monday going to be considered an at-home day? And for the biggest, I guess, statement and response to that question is our families had asked and had made it known to our committee members that families wanted a predictable schedule. They wanted a schedule that they could rely on to the extent that if they set up daycare, they wanted that condition to be reliable and predictable. One of the other questions was, why don't we have at-school processes for 3 days and at home for 2 days? And one of the challenges that exists there, and I'll be happy to answer any questions because I think this is a key part, is if you start with Monday for one of our groups, you'll notice that we've broken our student body down into Group 1 and Group 2. So if Group 1 starts on Monday and then they go on Wednesday and Friday, and Group 2 begins on Tuesday and Thursday, well, for this particular week, Group 2 only gets 2 days of academia. And so they would then, in most schedules, come back on Monday of the following week to get that third day. But as you do that, that causes the family's situation to change, and now daycare becomes harder to keep track of. If you've ever had a student on a block schedule, you'll know that the question that you hear first thing in the morning, hey, is this an A day or a B day? And even the students are trying to remember where they are and what's going to happen. So there again, that was one of the reasons that we looked at Monday being a day at home, which would also represent a time for students to engage in a homeroom class, and this could be used for a lot of different reasons. That homeroom class would be performed by the classroom teacher, could be performed by a social worker, a counselor. There's a variety of individuals that could actually function as a homeroom, either guest lecturer or actually function to have a smaller homeroom on their own account. We've been asked to try to provide social and emotional learning for students. We also have been asked to maintain accountability for students being engaged when they are in a remote location. And so for these different reasons, this Monday concept seems to be a pretty good idea. At least it was a good idea as our folks had a chance to review it. And then plus there's the idea that during any school year, there are Monday holidays that might exist. And so to prevent students from losing out on academic days because of scheduled holidays, there is this other idea that Monday would be a day that could be considered for this universal at-home day. And then in terms of just predicting what happens, you'll see that the group one would be on campus while group two would be at home. And again, because of social distancing and building occupancy rates, the idea here is to take any classroom and basically divide it into two groups. And then while those groups would meet with each other on their day in campus, the students that are in group two, even though they're in the same class, may not have the same interaction with their students. Does that make sense? Are there any questions so far with regard to kind of this general topic
One of the
that I
questions
can
I
go
have,
into more
Mr.
detail?
Stokes, did you think about maybe having group one attend 2 consecutive days, so maybe the teacher could work on a project or do some intensive remediation with students? I mean, just a thought I have that might.
We did talk about that, and again, from a family perspective and also from an instructional perspective, our principals felt that it would be better for students to go one on and one off. That was the feedback that we received from them. I think either would work if it were more desirable for families to have 2 days on and 2 days off. I know Lyon County is actually looking at a different solution, which is having a week on and a week off. I think there are pros and cons for each of those conditions, and like I say, what I'm presenting tonight really was a product of the discussions had with our reopening committee.
Mike, during our reopening committee meetings, several of the teachers expressed concerns with a 2-day on and 2-day off because each group would have 5 days without seeing their teachers. And they were concerned about when kids go for a 3-day weekend, it's starting over again, retraining them, or a Christmas break, longer time. And they wanted them to have more time checking in with the teachers more frequently. And so I think several of the teachers did recommend the alternating group days.
And I'm just kind of thinking another consideration is also tracking if there's an outbreak in a classroom, and then we have every child in that classroom exposed every 2 days as opposed to when their scheduled time is and then a deep cleaning. You just see what I'm saying? So I think that's a consideration also, but I don't think any of us think it's an ideal solution either way. So those are some of the thoughts that I've had.
You know what several of the teachers on the committee expressed.
Jose Delvin for the record. The main effort here, I think, is that students get some kind of contact with teachers directly or indirectly every day. So starting with Monday with homeroom, and then in person one day, and then remote learning the other day. So I think the beauty of this schedule is it keeps that instructional momentum going without a whole lot of break in between. And I think that's the toughest part about any distance ed is instructional rigor loss. And this alternate schedule on and off during the week keeps everybody even, if you will, getting instruction in an equitable manner. And like Mr. Stokes says, it's a predictable way that families can understand what's going on for that week. I do also know that it's going to be on the parents to ensure that their students are on task when they're doing remote learning, which is a heavy responsibility that our parents have been doing and will continue to do throughout next year if we do this hybrid schedule. But I think all in all, as we're looking at just academics and ensuring that our kids are getting checked in on a daily basis in some way is important for their social health as well as their academic health.
Mr. Stokes, throughout the day, we all received numerous emails. And since we're talking about the check-in homeroom on Mondays, one of the concerns brought up was if a child is in daycare on Monday morning, how are they going to ensure that that child has the homeroom experience and checks in if they don't have the equipment? So is there any plan in place to address that?
We are expecting a number of these kinds of conditions because it's different. One of the things that we're trying to do is to find the funding for and order hotspots that are available for families that don't have ready access to the internet. I realize that this might be different for daycare locations, and I can see us trying to work with those daycare providers if they are commercial providers. I'm not sure how we would do this for individuals who might be, watching others' kids or trading off that mechanism for daycare or for childcare. But that's going to be a tough one to overcome. And also, I think you'd agree that as children get younger, that's also going to be more difficult for children who are in a child care or a daycare situation. So that's not going to be an easy one to overcome. We are talking about some other ways maybe to look at our early childhood programs and see if there's a way for us to consider longer in-person and on-campus conditions for those kids, at least until they get more engaged and understanding in the processes of school. But that'll be a difficult condition for sure.
Thank you.
Richard, I asked you the question and you responded, so I've asked you a few, so thank you. But just for the benefit of some parents, the reason I brought up my last question about the AM and PM, or if you will, morning and afternoon session, is because some people ask me that question as well. But obviously, in doing something like that, there's challenges with transportation and the cost of transportation. But do we have an idea, just percentage-wise, what that would do to us? Let's just say hypothetically, we could do a morning and an afternoon session where kids had a steady schedule. You either go to school in the morning or the afternoon. Logistically, is that possible to do, or would that just be completely cost prohibitive? Because I did have some follow-up on that question after I emailed you.
So Trustee Cassiopo, is your question about running a split session of school so that all of the students in the school district come on campus and in person each day?
Correct. We'd still have group 1 and group 2, but let's say group 1 would go to school in the mornings for a certain amount of time. Group 2 would go to school in the afternoon, the same amount of time.
So I have engaged the expertise of our transportation department to help with answering that question. And it takes approximately 2 hours to run both the secondary and the elementary transportation routes. And that's taking into account that our elementary students who live within a mile radius of the schools have to walk. So anything outside of the 1 mile, those students have to walk. And then our high school kids have to live more than 2 miles away from their location of attending school before they can ride the bus. So if it takes approximately 2 hours for our buses to go through their process of picking up and delivering students, if we were to engage another cycle of students, we're going to run into social distancing issues at the school itself, because if you wait for 3.5 hours or 3 hours, whatever the number is, then at some point our buses have got to be engaged in enough lead time to not only take home the kids that are already in the building, but also to pick up and deliver the kids that are yet out in the community. So according to our folks, that would be impossible during a teacher's contracted day to have a split section without either buying more buses and engaging more drivers. And I know you folks have heard us talk about the dilemma we have in trying to secure bus drivers just for the buses that we already have.
And
So I
and
think
just
that
another
would be-
point to that, to add to what you're saying, not only do you have the scheduling conflict, but you've got to build in time to sanitize the buses between pickups.
That's correct.
And the classrooms.
So just a question with busing, because of social distancing requirements, are we even going to be able to offer busing to all those students who last year were on buses, or are we going to have to limit the busing opportunities and kind of have everyone get to school on their own? And because I don't see how we could run the bus routes twice to fit half the number of kids on the bus. And a lot of those buses are totally full when they pull into school.
Especially Carson Middle School. I mean,
Yeah, those kids were 3 to a seat on Carson Middle School anyway.
So thank you for that question. And again, utilizing the expertise and the data from our transportation department, keep in mind that if we go group 1 and group 2, essentially with our student body, and let's just take a school population, we're trying to half that group so that we have more square footage in the buildings and on the bus as well. And so within that thinking, with a typical 84-passenger seat bus, we can, if we half that group again, several of you are identifying places where we've had some difficulty, and so our ridership has been right at the mark of our buses being sometimes overly full. But in other places in our school district, if we were to half that ridership amount, we'd be well under some of our special or social distancing concerns or considerations. And so we would, I think in most cases, be able to manage the affairs of a hybrid process and still provide our transportation without modifying staggering times or staggered times. But we may actually, it wouldn't be an exact social distancing concern, but we would be able to have 2 kids to a seat inside or next to the aisle and right next to the wall of the bus where the glass is. And so with those buses where we have had maybe upwards of 85 kids, we'd have 40, 41, 42, 43, and we could actually put those kids on a bus without altering any of our needs for drivers, for buses, changing bus routes. But we would have to make that disclaimer that it's not strict social distancing, and we can't provide that maybe comfort to everybody who would ask.
would that open us up to a liability?
It could.
So we might want to look at that and find a way to ensure it.
So the reverse of that is doing as Trustee Crossman has identified, and that is saying, do we want to end transportation services in the school district, except maybe for special education students where IEPs are involved? Do we want to modify our conditions? Do we want to spend more money on buses, try to hire more drivers? I mean, then it gets into all those conditions that would demand that we follow social distancing. And I think all of us scratch our head a little bit on the whole social distancing piece. I saw a piece on the news this morning where a principal in New Jersey had taken a piece of, a roll really, of painter's tape and had put it right down the middle of his hallway and said, students coming into the building are going to be on that side of the line, and students leaving the building are going to be on this other side. No matter how you looked at it, kids couldn't be 6 feet apart to do that. And so we're going to face all kinds of conditions and situations like that. It will take training on all of our parts. It's going to take some vigilance. And even so, I think we're going to be challenged with doing that part of having school.
So I think while you're on that topic, I think one of the things we're getting a lot of questions about is the safety of our staff and our students. And so just those exact conditions you're describing, how are we ensuring or I guess we can't even say ensuring, what are we doing to minimize risk for our students and staff while at school?
So we do have a disinfecting plan, and depending on the type of model that we have or use, Mr. Cornick and his crew have identified some considerations that they would take. One is that they would ask for assistance from students and teachers. They feel like if the students, those who use the classroom last, if they can help pick up trash that's on the floor, straighten things up, put those trash cans outside the hallway, our custodians will arrive at an elementary school at about 2 p.m. and they can begin immediately emptying the trash, which is one of the duties of custodians, and they're okay with that. But having the assistance of not having to go into the classroom and pick up and then empty, they can get part of that work done, which then will leave them some time to 2 days out of the week do the electrostatic mist in classrooms, do 4 times a week that electrostatic mists in common areas, and those would be like hallways, cafeterias, entranceways, all of those places. 1 day out of the week, they would be doing a strip cleaning of surfaces. So any place where you've got touch points around door frames and doorknobs and handles that are used regularly, those would be cleaned regularly. Every quarter, they have another substance and process that they refer to as protect barrier that would be utilized, which lasts for 90 days and helps to also add to the sanitation of the building. Mr. Cornick has purchased sanitation stations that will be placed in all of the entrances of the schools and then be located at different places throughout the school. And then he would also make available, and this would be done through the lead custodian at each site, some sanitizing materials that would be available. Obviously, these things are in high demand, and so there may be some limitation, but we do have a good old hot water and soapy materials that can be used. While at the same time, if a student gets sick in the classroom, which happens regularly, then those classrooms will be reported to the custodial room or the custodial crew, and work will be done accordingly. Also, with regard to the operation of our buildings, there are air handling units that will be engaging the use of filtering, and those filters will be changed regularly and according to the CDC guidelines and local guidelines. So those are some of the plans that are in place for disinfecting and sanitizing our buildings if we are to go forward with in-person and on-campus school activities.
Just a question, what does a sanitation station entail at the entrances of the buildings? Is it a hand washing station? Is it a hand sanitizer pump? And would everyone coming through the school need to use the hand sanitizer? I just don't know what it is.
It's the little device that you see in the hospitals or doctor's offices that you put your hand under and a liquid is dispensed that you rub into your hands. We have found a product that is soapy to the look. It's not like what you would have in the Purell pumps. And it's seems to be or at least it seems to meet all of the qualifications for working under those conditions.
Soapy, does it need to be rinsed off, or does it just?
No, it rubs
foam
right in.
more?
It's like what's up at the hospital now. If you've been up there, it's just a foam that you rub in and dry your hands up. It's alcohol-based, I believe.
Yeah. Richard?
I think it sounds like you got a good plan for sanitizing the schools. The concern, I think, that has been expressed by some parents and community members, and even myself, I guess, is you can't control what people do away from the school. You can't make sure they're doing the proper sanitation, wearing the proper protective gear, et cetera. So I don't know what to do about that. I mean, I'm just want to make this comment, I guess, about some concerns have been expressed about reopening the schools.
Mr. Stokes, I do have a question. Would the students be required to wear a face mask?
At the present time, our state does require students over the age of 9 to wear masks.
Richard, when we get back to the educational piece, I mean, safety is of course a concern for everybody. But one of the comments we had in the presentations was that, we're going to have high expectations of our students. Given the fact that they're going to be in front of a teacher 2 days a week and at home 3 days a week, realistically, what is our expectation in terms of student achievement? Have we talked about that? Do we, compared to, hey, you're in school 5 days a week full-time, like none of this ever happened, do we have any expectation of realistically what we can expect?
I would respond by saying this is new. We're expecting ourselves to get better at the process. We realize that this introduces a number of additional variables into any student's ability to learn. I think we would all agree that the best case scenario is having our students in front of a licensed and highly qualified individual. So I know that this is different, and it will take some practice, and of course we'll be looking to our families to truly be our partners in this process, and that's going to look different in almost everybody's home.
It's for you and maybe for Jose as well, Dr. Delphin. Given that, and teachers are going to be doing in-class and online instruction, there's going to be some double workload, if you will, just talking on averages. What's going to be the expectation of teachers in the district and in the state in terms of, teacher evaluation? I've got that concern too, that, now I'm going to have to prepare lesson plans, and they're happy to do it. They're just trying to figure it out for what we're going to do in class, what we're going to do online. So my workload has increased. If I have to help the custodial staff, boy, that's another thing to do. How am I going to be evaluated on all this?
Jose Delphin for the record. Trustee Casiopo, you bring up a couple of great points. Sorry, my glasses keep fogging up, so as I'm talking, I can't see anything. So I think towards the first question about student expectations and their learning, I teach a class at UNLV, grad students every summer, and this was my first summer I did all on Zoom. As a adjunct professor, I didn't lower my expectations. I kept the same plan, I kept the same reading material, same level of rigor when it comes to writing assignments and turning them into me, and vice versa. It does take a lot more work, I do admit that.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yep.
And I think for the students, I agree, the older they are, the easier that is. But I think of a first, second grade classroom where, jokingly a squirrel runs by and the kid's totally distracted. I think there's going to be areas where, it's going to be a struggle for those kids to stay engaged.
Trustee Casiopo, I think you're exactly right. It's Fido that's crossing the kitchen floor and getting everybody distracted at home, as well as everywhere else. I know that built into what Mr. Stokes said early on in his presentation was ensuring that we have hopefully really good a setup for professional development for remote learning that we didn't get a chance to roll out last year. We just flipped a switch overnight, and all of a sudden, we were supposed to, as a district, as teaching staff, et cetera, all needed to learn how to do Zoom and all the stuff that goes along with remote learning. So that really caught us off guard. We were in a better position than most districts because we were already a one-on-one device school district from third grade on up. So it was still difficult for us. So it wasn't automatic, but I know that Superintendent Ebert is an expert in distance ed. I know because I work for her in virtual high school in Clark County. So we both pioneered that system. So she has a lot of contacts in the nation with regard to distance education and how to provide really quality content and instruction online, which is very different from face-to-face.
So, Mr. Delvin, I think that the question was, we're going to be evaluating teachers with the NEPF, correct?
Correct, right.
Yeah, so that's the question.
That was the second
Right.
part of my question.
Yeah.
So the first part would be, I hope we don't lower our expectations for academics, because I think that'll do our kids some injustice. It will be harder to keep up that level of rigor remotely. And I do admit that. That is not something that teachers are taught in college on how to be online instructors. In fact, when I ran virtual high school, we had all our teachers train for at least a semester before they went online because the tools were so different from what you normally do face-to-face in front of a classroom of kids. So that said, the most difficult part is teaching while you're not directly in front of kids, when you're assigning them assignments and making sure that content is still rich when they're in their pajamas at home or wherever they may be. So that flexibility has to be out there when we do remote learning, but it also comes with some responsibility at home. So I would advocate that we do a little boot camp for families on how that looks like, how to set up a school schedule at home. So students and adults know their protocols, if you will, who does what, especially if you have multi-age students in a home and are all in different rooms doing different things that, most families have figured it out, but some families haven't. So I think that whole remote learning foundation needs to be set first with our staff and then rolled out into our communities so everybody knows what the expectations are and that educational access is equitable across all levels. With regard to teacher evaluation, I can tell you that what we did in this past school year was I wrote a letter to Superintendent Ebert and let her know that we didn't go with the SLG of 15%. Instead, we weighed that 15% into the instructional practice. So it became a 65-35 model. So 65% of the NEPF for Carson City educators and administrators was towards their instructional and leadership practices. And then the 35% was for professional responsibilities. And the reason I asked for that contingency for our district was because we switched overnight, literally, from face-to-face learning to distance education without any forewarning. And I wanted to reward, if you will, our teaching and leading staff with that effort of, turning on a dime, literally, overnight to be able to take Google Classroom to the next level. Taking Zoom, where people didn't even know how to work Zoom, to now being experts at it. And that, to me, is a high result of professional responsibility that no one ever predicted, not the state, not the world, not us. And so far, I haven't been discharged from my duties yet, but I feel as a professional and think very passionately that all our professionals who have been doing distance education all along deserve credit for that in their evaluation, and that they shouldn't be penalized for switching on a dime. and then having to redo really the reality of what they typically would have been doing for their entire career. So without anyone knowing what would happen in the next day, I thought it was the most humane and professional thing to make the NEPF work, if you will, for our staff and not against them. And that's what we did, and that's what I still would advocate to do, is not have the student learning goal be there. I think it's still worthy. We want all our students to grow, but I wouldn't want that to count against our educators, if you will, because they're putting so much effort and extra time, sweat, whatever, working till midnight, doing emails and whatever else they're doing, because I know I'm up that late responding to emails as well.
Yeah, and I appreciate that because I think the flexibility, like you mentioned, is key. Because I think these teachers, last semester was a learning experience for everybody, families, students, teachers, all that. Now we're going into it. We're still going to be learning, but, and I agree with you, we want to keep our expectations high. But the reality is, for some of what people mentioned, you have a kid who's in daycare, they're not going to be able to access Monday or whatever it is. We're going to have some stumbling blocks. So I just want to make sure that we're doing all we can as a district to encourage teachers and not, and I know we will, but to encourage them and not say, well, gee, or, you missed the mark here.
And I think that's a great statement there, Mr. Casiopo, in that, let's say we do have a
I'm gonna try to pull us back in to focus on school reopening and then the conditions of evaluating teachers, and I think that might be something we could put on the agenda, but I know we have a lot of people who are really interested in what our plan is to get kids and teachers back in the buildings, and so if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
just
fine
pull
with
us
me.
back
I just
in.
wanted to bring that up because I've had a lot of questions about that as
Yeah.
well.
Stacy, go ahead.
So and I brought this up in the committee meetings, so this isn't anything new. My problem with the hybrid is if you have to have childcare on those 2 days, that's an added expense to a family. So the likelihood of them going on the hybrid is depending on their financial situation, which doesn't make it an equitable education. And if we do that, I really want to see a plan for these daycares and other institutions to be able to access Carson Online and work with those providers, because what's happening is the online schools that are available are going to these daycares and to these parents saying, we can give you the online, we'll do it for $20 a month. So the daycare will buy the program, and then they'll carry out they'll hire a full-time teacher to do it, and they'll add that expense to the parents. So I really hope that this district can come up with an alternative for those parents saying, well, we're going to keep you on Carson Online, so you're still going to be in the CCSD district. And because everyone knows that we get funding for them, that it won't cost you anything, and maybe come up with a program for these daycares to be able to offset some of their costs. Something in that realm, and I don't know how we can do it with the funding that we have, but the thought of losing 20% of our kids because they either don't want to come to school, they don't want to wear the masks, if we have the schools open, or for whatever reason, if we take a 20% hit, that's going to be devastating to this district. Plus, we're going to lose those kids that when this situation gets all done, they could still be in the family and they'll come seamlessly back to where we are at. So I'm really hoping that we're looking, because with any of these, there's extra cost to families, and some families can't absorb that. And if they can't absorb it and we put them out and they go somewhere else to do it, we're going to take a hit. And it's still better for all of our students to be taught at the same level as we're offering. And we have a great product. And I want to make sure that it's available and easy and financially able for everyone. So if even depending on whatever plans we're looking at, I want that to have an outlet so that we don't lose those kids and those parents and the equitability of it all.
Just a question, is Carson Online more of a secondary program or is it an elementary program? Because my understanding was it was secondary classes, not elementary.
It actually can function at the elementary level.
Oh, okay.
Again, the bigger challenge is at the secondary level, students are a little more able to read and to, get going, whereas a younger student may have more challenges with that.
And one of the concerns, similar to Stacy's, particularly for the elementary, with the 3 days of remote, when they're not in school, if they're not at home with a parent, they're going to be in childcare situations, and they may not have access during that time to get onto a Zoom meeting. That being said, having watched some elementary Zoom meetings this last year, and I know everything was crisis mode, but we're talking, and I will say there's a difference between teachers. Teachers that have good classroom management in the classroom had better management on Zoom than those that, but a lot of those Zoom meetings are just a circus for the kids when they checked in, including my fourth grader. So I'm hoping that some of our, and he's a circus anyway, I will recognize that, but it was, I don't know how effective that Zoom was. So my hope for elementary, if we're looking at remote learning 3 days a week with elementary kids, that we come up with some type of learning that is better, that is more effective than the Zoom, whether it's a teacher recording a video, explaining it and giving a writing assignment, an art assignment, something that they can do that the parents could, that is flexible with parents' schedules on when they can help kids accomplish it. Is it a reading assignment? Is it something that is more than just what they're doing with that? Because I'm not sure how, I know you want to check in every day, but I'm not sure how effective Zoom, and I've heard, my sister had a kindergartner in Zoom, which, that attention span is so hard in some of the younger kids. What was that?
I was just clarifying for Joe, Zoom is a format, so, the teacher could be live with the kid.
Yeah,
on video.
it's what we use here for face-to-face. So you
Yeah,
could
no, I'm
have-
familiar with Zoom, I get it.
Oh.
A lot of the teachers now, at the beginning of the semester, and I don't want to take a lot of time, had never used like Google Classroom and whatnot. Some jumped right into it, but my understanding is more got exposed to it, and there seems to be a liking.
And I know that
it can be
there's this
effective.
variety of different things that work like Zoom, but I'm not sure all the kids on class at elementary online at the same time. There may be and I guess my question is 5 days of PD training at the beginning of the school year going to be enough for the teachers? And I know that that's what the Department of Ed has allotted for us, but is it something that maybe we should even consider front-loading more PD training to get this up and working? Is it something that we should consider holding school back, moving the start day back even further? I don't know.
Altering the school calendar.
Yeah.
That's certainly a consideration. I think our point of view was if we can get up to 3 weeks' worth of lessons created and designed and even built, then you've got the benefit of your colleagues. If I'm just going to think of us three right here, we're all third grade teachers. Well, maybe Jose is the guy that can really put together a great lecture, and AJ is the hands-on guy, and we work on the strengths of each individual. And so if I could just take you back to this slide for a moment, there's a word up there that you don't recognize, I'm thinking asynchronous. And then over on Mondays, where I've underlined teacher preparation, there's a period of time in this schedule that's aimed at trying to do what I just described, using the skill sets of your colleagues and those around you to put together high-quality lessons, especially for those days when students are at home. so that it's not something that is unmeaningful, so that it's something that is easily accessible and that has maybe a recorded message that can be played over and over if a student is working on learning a new reading or math skill. And so that's the general concept. And then asynchronous just simply means that it's being able to do that work at a time other than your regular classroom. It doesn't have to necessarily be right at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It can be maybe in the evening when parents get home and they're able to help students with some aspect of the lesson. So there's, I guess there's that aspect, but it's still new and it's still going to require our folks to sort things out. Now, with regard to having more time, the Department of Education has also said this year that school districts can have another 5 days of teacher professional development. So having maybe those 5 days at the front to get us ready and to get us on track and to get us going, and then our teachers are going to be monitoring their own work and adjusting as they go on. And then maybe sometime later in the school year, maybe right after Christmas, we may have a time again for our folks to come back, to get re-engaged, to learn from each other again, and to have another 5 days of professional development that allows them to work towards that end. So in essence, what I'm saying is that reduces the number of academic days by another 5. So instead of teaching 175 days, or students receiving that academia 175 days, they're now reduced down to 170. But that is something that the State Department says, hey, we recognize that our folks may not know how to do that work.
You know, Mr. Stokes, I think that a lot of the questions are kind of starting to teeter on like the responsibilities of the teachers, and I'm wondering if we might go to the next slide and discuss that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. So Mr. Stokes, I know that in our school district, we have many families who have college, students in college. So most of our students go to school Monday through Thursday, and they are off on Friday. Would it be possible for the committee to reassess the plan of having classes Monday through Thursday instead of Tuesday through Friday? Is that a possibility? Because these college students could help the parents with the daycare, and that would save the parents a lot of money.
So that's actually good thinking that has been taken into account by our group. And so if you're looking at group 1, I had 4 kids. They were all in school at the same time. What we're planning to do if something like this happens is we would send out a little note to each family and we would say, do you want all of your children to be in the same group? And so if they have elementary students and middle school students and high school students, and if the family said, yes, we'd like all of our students to be in the same group, then the older kids could actually participate in family support by helping to look after their younger students if they were all in that individual group. So that was one consideration. It may not directly answer your question, but it's along the same lines.
Yeah, so the comments that I've gotten from parents that I've talked to have been that they could have their college student help with the daycare on Friday if they were to go to school, if their siblings would go to school Monday through Thursday.
So Trustee Ramirez, are we talking about students, our students that are in the Jumpstart College program?
No.
These are just high school, or these are just college students?
Family members, or older siblings, I should say. Older siblings that are going to college. The parents have expressed their concern about who is going to take care of my children while I'm at work, because they have to work, Most parents have to work Monday through Friday, 8 to, I don't know how long. So their point was if this district would be able to offer classes Monday through Thursday, on Friday, the kids would be home, right? The siblings would be home. So the college students would also have the day off, and they could help
I understand.
in the home.
Could those,
There, I believe there is some flexibility in the system to do something like that.
Or-
It wasn't exactly as our group had proposed it, but it doesn't mean that it couldn't be tweaked.
So in other words, have classes Monday through Thursday instead of Tuesday through Friday.
Richard?
Without getting too far off the subject, but numerous emails today from teachers expressing a concern about if they're exposed to COVID-19, whether just by passing exposure or if they contract it, are they going to be required to quarantine for the 14 days? And if they're required to, which I'm sure they are going to be, do they use their personal leave, or is that an admin leave situation? And then if they're out of the classroom, what plan is there to have somebody else take over the classroom for that period of time?
So we did follow up on some of those questions because I was contacted as well, and so it was very helpful to be able to read through those things in preparation for tonight's meeting. And the federal government actually has two new laws that are, one supplements the Family Medical Leave Act that has to do with anyone who gets COVID. And then there's another similar act that has been put forward, and it goes through the details of using sick leave. The first thing, though, that needs to happen if someone is at work and they believe they've been exposed is to, even off work, even if they get exposed when they're just doing their thing, they would want to contact the local health department first. And the local health department then runs through a series of questions and considerations where they try to determine how it was that that person became infected, and then they go through what they call contact tracing. And if indeed they can affiliate those actions with the workplace, then I believe that there are opportunities for our employees to take advantage of those emergency sick leave considerations up to 80 hours and not impact their own sick leave balances.
I believe it's
Is that-
two-third pay, isn't it? I believe it's two-thirds pay. For one of them it is, at least.
Yes, that's the Family Medical Leave Act, I believe.
Yeah, but there is, I know we've experienced it at work, and it's slightly different from, I'm sure, the district's plan. But major medical does kick in, and our staff has not had to use their PTO up front. So that's been a benefit. So there is something in place.
One of the problems I see is the staff's going to be off for a period of time, even if they get tested right away, because right now, testing may be, you get tested one day, you may not get the results back for a week or 10 days. So until you get the result back, they're recommending that you quarantine. And so I can see a big drain on our teachers and resources that we have available to teach even. And that's why I think some of the teachers are starting to express concerns about reopening the schools, even on hybrid system instead of being remote learning.
And I think those are things that our associations would work through with our Human Resources Department and Mr. Stokes. And, those things I know we have posters in the schools, and those things have been in place since, I think, April. So, I don't know. I mean, I would just suggest that we let Mr. Stokes kind of go on with staff responsibilities and then follow up with the questions at that point and let him kind of finish his stuff.
If I could just add that from my office, from HR and from risk management, we are coming out with a communication plan on what to do and frequently ask questions so that staff are aware of what to do when situations like that happen, Mr. Varner.
Richard, some of the questions, we have STEM before Washoe County had their meeting, but, people came out and said, oh boy, they're going to open up elementary level. And I just want to be clear to people, and I thought maybe you could provide some insight. our limitations, I mean, we could certainly go against the governor and say, but the reality is, there's a directive out there. We have to comply with it as a district because, one, we assume liability. But is it pretty clear if we didn't follow something, there would more than just liability, there'd be some impacts to our district?
Well, my understanding from the Department of Ed is that if our reopening plan does not meet with their approval, we can't have school. We can't reopen. So, I mean, that's the premise that I'm working from. And I also did want to add that based on what was provided from Washoe County, because I know a lot of people saw that their elementary schools are going to open fully, they were basing it on the student occupancy condition. Some of you may not realize, but last year they actually moved their sixth grade students out of their elementary schools and into the middle schools. So at every elementary school in Washoe County next year, they actually have class space available because of that move. The other thing that's going on is they're taking any large spaces because that emergency directive also allows for large spaces, think like a library or a multi-purpose room. And as long as they can keep those students to under 50 in those larger rooms and still provide for social distancing, that's how they're expecting to be able to open those schools. So let me tell you what I see the problem with that is, if a class can accommodate, a classroom can accommodate 15 kids, and if one day a set of twins enroll in school and they're both in that same class, now they've got 17. So now they're over the number, and those students may not be able to stay with their classmates. They may have to go to some other room where other students who are overaged will also be placed. And so now you've got this condition where the public thinks you've got full everyday activities happening at the schools, when in reality, those students may be elsewhere in the building and for who knows how long. So I think there's a real, I think the thinking is not quite there, to be honest with the public, if we said we were not going to take into account that, maybe even a non-certified person now is supervising those students who can't be in the classroom due to social distancing. So it's going to be challenging for all of us no matter how you look, but that's one of the ways that Washoe County is looking at fully opening their schools to elementary in-person and on-campus processes. So to move on, Mr. President, thank you for the time to explain all those things. These are things that are important in the everyday world of school that we have to talk about because they are conditional upon us being able to provide education for everyone. But really, we're talking about in this hybrid model, the classroom teacher is really going to have however many students are assigned to them, even if only half of them are there in front of them on a day and at home for the other time. They're responsible for those students and their education. We do have special populations. We have our special ed kids. We have our EL kids. We have students who are on 504s. All of those considerations have to be maintained and honored. We stand to be liable for not providing those services if we don't. Another thing that's not up here that I made a note to myself before the meeting is that, what do we do with student health? We really don't have the capacity to check every student's temperature coming into the building. So we're going to ask in our model for our parents to monitor their children's health. If a child has flu-like symptoms or cold-like symptoms, for 72 hours in advance of coming to school or in the recent past, we would ask that they keep that child home, simply so that we can not be exposed to whatever that child has.
And I have a question about that because the State Department of Ed has changed the attendance requirements where students fail a class if they miss too many days. And I'm just thinking, I had a kid who had a sore throat, and I was pretty sure it was because we went camping and it was campfire smoke that irritated it. But I kept him in the house for a day to make sure that that's what it was. And I can see a lot of parents being extra cautious about allergies, colds, strep throat always hits my kids. Is the Department of Ed, have they indicated if they're going to change some of those attendance? Because I think I think most people would agree, to do any type of in-person learning, we will have to be extra cautious with any type of childhood illness. So have you had any communications with the Department of Ed about how they might modify their attendance requirements for the next school year?
They have not, Trustee Crossman, but they have asked on numerous other items like testing and some of those other things where they have waived those conditions or responsibilities based on the current conditions. Plus, remember, we also have a legislative session in February that might also address some of these things. So while the immediate answer is no, I haven't heard, that is definitely something that, because school districts are struggling with how do we provide or even buy, where can we even buy some of these thermometers and things that are going to be required. So it is a hardship for trying to meet all the expectations. Of course, on Monday, under the hybrid model that's been discussed so far, we wouldn't expect regular transportation. However, we are thinking that in order to provide for our comprehensive life skills students, our most impacted, specially abled students, they may need to be at school 5 days a week based on their IEPs. And so if that's the case, obviously we would provide transportation if that's written into their IEP. Monday also creates an interesting condition for nutrition services. And we know we have students that qualify for free and reduced lunches. And so being able to manage their affairs and getting them receiving the nutrition services that they qualify for is something that we'll have to figure out. And I've talked with the folks at Nutrition Services, and they have some ideas, some plans. And it may be that that food or those meals get delivered in a grab-and-go setting, kind of like we did in the summertime, that might have to last them through Monday until they get to school on a Tuesday, or through Friday until they get back to school on the Wednesday, however that works out. Of course, we've got to be cognizant that we have collective bargaining contracts with all of our employees. Those have to be monitored, they have to be honored. We expect to work closely with the association leadership in order to manage all that we'll be asking our staff to do, which also includes our support staff. And so there could be a need for us to ask some of our support staff to do something outside of their current job assignment, especially if those job assignments change and duties change that we need support on. And I've already talked a little bit about sanitation in the building, so I won't go into that again. One of the things, and Trustee Crossman was very helpful in our discussions of our reopening committee about just the sheer confusion that occurred between communications of home and school. And I know that staff members have been looking at systems to try and reduce the volume of programs that we have, to try and streamline or create a condition where the information that our parents use and see is congruent with the same system that our teachers use. And so that's really something that if you want more detail on that, we can provide it. But in general, we're looking at purchasing those systems so that it's easier for our families to be engaged and not throw their hands up in despair because they're confused about what our learning management system looks like. And as part of this, Trustee Ramirez, there are translation features which are really pretty slick. And as I understand the process, if someone's native language is Mandarin Chinese, the teacher can actually type it in English, hit the translation feature, the information goes home in Chinese, and then as the parent types in their native language and hits English, for example, that comes back to the teacher translated. And so that's a pretty slick Star Wars-y kind of thing, I think was said today. And it's pretty amazing what's available. But those are the kinds of things that we do. If this is something that we're going to have to live with, we've got to be able to do a better job there, and we understand and recognize that. So in conclusion, and I know that there are questions on every turn, again, this is a draft. If you folks give me guidance and direction to say there's maybe another way to spin out the schedule, maybe there's something else with regard to transportation that I need more information on. Now's the time for us really to try and whittle down what's been presented to a process that may be more desirable. We will be taking action, if not before, on the 28th of July. So that'll be the time when you folks will take either what has been provided here or what has been revised from tonight's presentation and making a recommendation on school reopening. We are going to recommend that we push back the start day of school at least to August 24th. That's 1 week later than it currently is. Right now, it's August 17th. The legislative session is a wild card, and I'm talking about the special session. We know that there could be impacts that might change some of the things that I've talked about here tonight. So we'll be watching that closely. I did mention that kindergarten and other preschool programs might look differently. We are waiting for final word from the legislature before we feel like we can really move forward on that. But there's a possibility of us, and right now our kindergarten numbers are our enrollment numbers are quite low. Now that could be because we just didn't have school in the springtime, or people have moved out. I'll just say church. I know of about 4 different families that have left town, and they all had school-age children. So if that is a trend that may be happening across the community, we may actually see fewer kindergarten students, which may allow us to deal with having maybe in-person and on-campus schooling for our early childhood folks in a different way. And then, of course, just being able to be adaptive to what the governmental restrictions are. And with that, Mr. President, I will cease my
And I
comments.
just want to thank the board for allowing me to allow Mr. Stokes to finish. I think a lot of our questions were things that he was planning to speak about, so we kind of beat him to the punch in some of those. So I think this is the time. I know that there's quite a few people who have public comment they've submitted, but now's the time he's soliciting if we have suggestions from the board on additional information or revisions that we would request. Richard, do you have a question, or are you?
I just have a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Tonight, Washoe County had a community forum, I guess, broadcast I listened to. And in that forum, they took a bunch of these questions because, to be honest with you, I mean, I have question after question after question, which I don't want to really bring up because of some of the concerns that have been expressed to us through our emails. But I'm wondering if that may not be a bad idea for us to do, take a lot of the common questions and then try to answer them so the community can listen and get the answers to these questions that everybody seems to have, from how the school's going to reopen, what's going to happen if a teacher gets sick, what happens if the kid doesn't want to go to school, they don't want to enroll their kid in school. There was a lot of questions, and I thought they gave some very good answers. I listened to it for as long as I could for about an hour or so.
So
And,
Trustee Varner, I think the question is, our plan is to vote on the proposal on July 28th. I think that for Mr. Stokes to do something along those lines, we would possibly have to have a special meeting and kind of give that directive so that he knows, because he could go give something and then we all come together and go left. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe at some point in time, I just think there's so many questions that the community members have, and parents, staff members, that it may not be a bad idea to hold it at some point in time to answer those questions.
Yeah.
Because we could go on and on. I got a whole list of questions here that we don't want to
I think
ask right
that
now.
that's one of the things. I think that there's a lot of frustration, there's a lot of fear in the community on people on both sides of this issue. And, people are fearful for the financial health of their family and their jobs. Our staff members are fearful for their health and that of their children and the students. And some of these people have people they're caring for at home. I think fear is something that's huge and is something that we don't have a lot of those answers for, which is really frustrating for us because how do we protect everybody? And I think we have a really hard job ahead of us. And so I don't think it'd be a bad idea to get something approved sooner rather than later so that we really can communicate with those families and start getting some answers.
I just thought it was a good idea.
Just a question with the plan, because it is pretty general, it's not very specific. Is this sufficient with specificity to get approval from the Department of Ed, or do we need to detail more operational things in it? I'm not quite sure, because I didn't read in great detail the whole path forward from Department of Ed, but how specific does our plan have to be that we submit to that we approve and submit to them? Can it be general like this, or do we need, I guess if it's general, we can work out the details, but what do we need to have to get approval?
I believe all of the details are contained in that pathway forward document. And the nice thing about living in Carson City is I can make an appointment to visit with the state superintendent and ask them for guidance. And if we are on the right track, then we will carry forward. Yes, there are a lot of details. I believe there's also a lot of details that are going to change. But yeah, we'll do our best to make sure we're following the rules so that our process doesn't slow down the approval of our plan.
Richard, for when we're getting ready to vote on this, I think what would be helpful for some, just based on what the emails I had, and I tend to agree with them, is obviously the committee didn't start with this committee recommendation. There were a lot of ideas thrown out. What about this? What about that? Might be nice to have a summary of some of the ideas that might have had a little weight and say, hey, we did discuss this. You don't have to go into detail on it, but we discussed these couple of other things that led us to this. I think I might put some minds at ease that, this was well thought out. Oh yeah, I had that thought. I'm glad you guys talked about it. But I think there's going to be like President Walker said, there's concerns on both sides. And I think a lot of this is a communication effort too, to put people's minds at ease. And I just think that would be helpful.
I think before I'll call on Trustee Wilkie, I certainly am thankful for the work that Mr. Stokes and the committee have done, and specifically our three trustees who represented us. So Stacy, Richard, and Laurel, thank you for taking the time to represent us in this process. So Stacy, I'll let you respond.
Well, I was just gonna add that we did take minutes at those things, and I know we got them, so I think, Mr. Stokes, that broke it down pretty well, so I think you could just forward those minutes to the other trustees, and they'll have the information that they need. I don't think you have to go back and put something else together. I think the minutes are sufficient.
Stacy, I think what he was asking for is a summary of some of those considerations for families to know that those thoughts were vetted by the team. I think that's it.
Yeah, I'm happy to have the minutes, but I was thinking more for the public's benefit that wasn't able to participate in that.
Anything further for Mr. Stokes? Don, do you have anything? You're awfully quiet this evening.
I am just listening. The health and safety is going to be the most important thing for me in this whole process. That's going to take precedent. The students, the teachers, the staff, that's going to take precedence in my mind of if we go back.
Yeah, and I think that Mr. Stokes' last bullet point there, to be prepared for changes. I'm fully, in my mind, I'm sure that whatever we start with is going to look different than what we end with. And I think considering what happens throughout the course of the school year, it wouldn't surprise me if we had phases of 100% digital learning, and you know what I mean? I just don't know what to expect. If you asked me a year ago, I would have never guessed we would have spent a semester out of school, so.
I guess that's one of the questions that I have is with the plan and having a reopening plan that should be in place for at least one semester. I'd hope we could break it down by 9-week, quarters, because
Well, I'm
I
under the
don't
high
know,
school.
I don't know, but I just, if there's a, if there's a chance to safely get kids back into school, I'd rather not wait a full semester, because I think they're gonna do better if they get back in, with, normal safeguards, but if it's something that, I don't know, if they get a vaccine in a couple months or something, I don't
Which is
know.
why I want that alternative for those students that don't want to do the plan the first 9 weeks. So that they are on the same page if they want to come back to school, if we do open up the schools, that everybody is at the same place. The second graders are coming in from that online, whatever thing that we provide, so that they can come back into the classroom after that 9 weeks or that 18 weeks or something. So it's seamless.
Stacy, so that alternative you're talking about, though, that would be the 100% digital learning that Mr. Stokes had said. So, I mean, there is a plan for families that want to opt out so that they can do digital learning, correct?
There is. I want to go back to Trustee Crossman's question, though, because I think it's important. And the secondary, especially at the high school level, really does depend on semester grades. If you try to cut that off 9 weeks, I think we then jeopardize our students with not being able to get full credit for coursework. But I think we can make changes at the elementary level and at the middle school level on a 9 weeks basis. So that needs to be modified a little bit in that document.
Did we discuss anything about the grading scale for any of this? Because I don't want to do harm to kids, but you've got kids at the high school that work so hard and they've got a P, a pass. And I know colleges are going to be understanding of it. Sorry, that didn't sound right. I'm sorry. But I know colleges are going to be understanding of it, but how do we get the kids, and then at the same time, how are we equitable for those kids? Because, and I appreciate it, because some of these kids, even with the hybrid model, are going to struggle more than others. And I don't know how I don't know, because we didn't talk about grading scale for next year, but that's concerning. And I think, Stacy, even when you're saying we want all the second graders at the same place, that's not going to happen, because we're going to have second graders that have been doing reading and doing stuff, and they're going to come in, and we're going to have others that are going to have 6 months to a year lost of what they could have been. So it's just going to be really hard. Anyway, maybe that would be something if we can get some idea what grading standards will be like.
I believe the goal is to move back to the A through F schedule and get back to normal, because I believe the last 9 weeks, that was a universal condition, and now universities across the country are going to be doing a variety of different things. And so I think conditions have changed enough that we'll need to go back to standard grading so that we're on par with everyone else.
Mr. Stokes, if the board wouldn't mind, I mean, this is our opportunity to also gather information from our stakeholders, our community, and that might shape some of the final recommendations we have for Mr. Stokes. And so I'd like to start public comment, and I know we have a number, so I want to remind the public that we are limiting public comment to 3 minutes, and we ask you not to repeat what the person before you said, and the topics have to be focused on items that are within our jurisdiction. And if we have a written response and we get to that 3-minute point, Renee will make sure that we get the remainder of that comment in the minutes. So I think we'll do is we'll start with some public comment, and I'll probably take a short recess after just a little bit if we need, and resume. So I know we have one person in the audience, and I believe he's been waving his hand, so he'd like to make public comment. So, sir, if you'd come forward and identify yourself for the record.
Yeah, my name is James McDuffie. There you go. My name is James McDuffie. I have a child in Borderwick Bray, a child in Carson Middle School, and a child in Carson High School. So we're kind of sitting at the entire gambit right now. A couple basic feedback items, and I don't know how this plays in. I don't envy the hard work you guys have ahead of you, and I appreciate all the stuff that I see that you have considered in this process, and I just want to say that, I know a lot of the community is behind you, so, we support you, and we want to see the right things done for our kids. A couple basic comments that I have is, last year, my wife and I work full-time, both of us, and I'm a senior guy at a multinational organization, so I work 60-hour weeks. So the response we got from most of our schools was, here's a stack of papers, and good luck at the end of last year. And when I have a second grader or a first grader that's trying to do homework, and I have a stack of papers that have to get done by the end of the year, and my wife and I are working full-time, it's literally impossible. And then at the end of the day, we're trying to get our kids out of the house and, get some exercise and get some sun, stay healthy, stay fit. All the schools are closed. Like all the parks in Carson City that we would normally take our kids to, that hardly any kids go to anyways, they're all closed right now. So we can't even take our kids to all the places that we want to take our kids to keep them healthy. That's a huge problem when I live across the street from Borderwick Bray, and we can't use any of the facilities at all because all the gates are locked. That's really disappointing. I mean, the metal's out in the sun all day, so the virus is not supposed to do well on metal surfaces for more than 30, 40 minutes. So I don't understand, if the parks are mostly empty, why it's a problem for our kids to go over, and skate and park or play on the equipment. In addition to that, there's, Google Classroom seems like a really excellent tool. We really liked it. However, we didn't see any accountability on any of our students. I mean, my middle schooler has 4 A's and 2 B pluses, but he had 150 assignments in Google Classrooms that were checked as not done. And we were sitting there going, well, where's the accountability for our kids? And how do we make sure that the teachers are holding the kids accountable for all of their work? So that was a big concern for us. In terms of a couple of the minor issues is, I know Charter is offering free internet for people who don't have internet for, I think it's a 60 or 90-day free internet, and we might as well reach out to our community to ask if Charter is willing to do more if we're having problems with that. Microsoft Teams is free to all schools. So in terms of Zoom or if there's a cost to the school district, Office 365 A1 is 100% free to schools. And that includes Microsoft Teams for full internet access for video communications and chat. So just something to be aware of. In terms of your question for changing schedules
Mr.
for...
McDuffie, that's 3 minutes.
Is that? Oh,
Yeah.
man.
So go ahead, feel free to forward the remainder of your comments to us, and we'll look through that. Mr. Stokes could follow up with you, and certainly the board, any of us are available to you for your questions also.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciate your input. Mr. Medeiros, do we have public comment?
We do. We have multiple public comment. Lizzie Evans, thank you for waiting. You are unmuted. You may need to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Lindsay. Lindsay, if you're speaking, you must be muted. We can't hear you. Okay, Mr. Medeiros, will you just move on to the next person, maybe?
Okay, moving on to Angela Golard. Thank you for waiting. You are unmuted. You may need to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Angela. So we might have tech issues, so I'm gonna take a 10-minute break. Let technicians look at that. So 10 minutes, we will come back together at 9:30. Getting back to order. Mr. Maderos, we'll take public comment.
Angela Golick, you are unmuted. Please proceed with your public comment.
Good evening, Angela.
Hi, good evening, everyone. For the record, Angela Golick. I teach at Carson High School. I have 3 quick questions that shouldn't take more than 3 minutes at all. My first question is on the hybrid model, Mr. Stokes, and you've broken up the students into group 1s and group 2. Is that going to be based on AB model, or is that going to be 7 periods a day?
Mrs. Golick, Richard Stokes. I talked with Principal Chambers this morning, and there still needs to be a little work on that. I know he told me that he had met with department chairs around the schedule change, and we're struggling a little bit with whether or not the AB day will work in completeness, I guess, for what we see as the general model. We are trying to make sure that the challenges that I have, I guess, with the AB model, with the block schedule, is that if a student misses one day, then essentially that student has missed a week's worth of instruction, and that concerns me.
Okay, so it's not been determined yet then. Okay. The second question I have is for athletics and extracurriculars. Are we following the guidelines of the NIAA in regards to if sports seasons will continue?
Yes, we are.
And then my third question, and it might have been said, but or answered somewhere along the way, and that is, will we be requiring students to wear masks during school days? And if so, I suppose that depends on the governor's phase that we're in. If so, how much backup will we have and support will we have to enforce the mandatory mask rule?
Currently, the governor has required masks be worn in all public settings for all people unless they are 9 or younger or have some sort of medical condition that would prevent them. So we would be asking students to at least have 2 cloth masks as part of their school supplies. We will also have temporary or disposable masks available if students or staff members don't have them. And that would be the expectation. So yes, the backup would be that we would expect our students and our staff to wear masks at school.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you. And I'll just say for the future, if you have questions, you might just list what those questions are. We may not have those answers yet, and in that case, we will take those down, and Mr. Stokes will make sure to communicate those out. Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Bev Singleton. Bev, you are unmuted.
Good evening, Bev. You might have yourself muted. Look in the bottom left-hand corner.
Yes, thank you. Good evening.
Welcome. I do this all day with teachers and parents.
You would think I'd be used to it by now, right? I'm a paraprofessional at Fritch, and I have one question and then one comment. The question being, we're required to wear face coverings. Could we use shields instead of masks? Because I don't know if there's any clarification on that.
Hi, Bev, thanks. This is Richard Stokes. And I talked with Ann Sear today, our risk manager, and she has received word that it will be okay for staff members to use shields if they so desire.
Thank you, Mr. Stokes. And my other comment was going back to the Monday through Thursday on-site as opposed to Tuesday through Friday. Mondays we have quite a few of our holidays. So that's why we look at Tuesday through Friday. And if you have a college student that's able to be with your children on Fridays, then you could choose to have your students on campus Tuesdays and Thursdays. Either way we go, the students are only going to be on campus 2 days a week. So you're going to have childcare 3 days a week. And I think that was it for me.
Thank you, Bev.
Our next public comment is from Mary Keck. Mary, you are unmuted. You may need to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mary.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you.
Okay, so first and foremost, thank you so much for everyone participating in this meeting and all the hard work you've done to help figure out this plan for our schools and our children's future. I understand that the position you're in is very difficult and that it's impossible to please everyone in this situation. However, I found it particularly alarming how little the plan addresses the safety of students and staff. In listening to the meeting, I noticed that it took until 9:11 p.m. for the gentleman on the phone, thank you by the way, to mention the importance of teacher and student safety and how that should be a determining factor in our plan about whether or not we go back to school in the fall. What will be done? So where in this plan are the needs for vulnerable teachers or teachers with vulnerable family members being taken into consideration? And what protections are provided for the health and safety of those teachers or provisions to protect their jobs?
I believe that the best answer that I can give you right now is that there would have to be a one-on-one discussion with the staff member to fully understand what the medical concerns are, and then try to take that into consideration. Obviously, we have a need to provide a certain level of service to our students. That's our business. And obviously, we want to protect our staff and our students. So I think that those kinds of conditions are going to have to be best dealt with on an individual basis.
Will there be more information coming up about just kind of safety protocol and what that'll look like in the school?
Mary, this is Jose Delfin. Yes, you will get HR and safety services frequently asked questions memo or message out to all staff really soon. Mrs. Sierra and I are working on it together so that we can try to address as many concerns as possible. But as Mr. Stokes said, anything that has to do with anything medical is therefore HIPAA related. So I would have to deal with those individuals as needed.
Thank you, Mary.
Angela Golick, I see your hand is still raised. Did you have another public comment?
No, I don't. I guess I'll lower my hand. I'm so sorry.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate it.
Mr. Medeiros, typically one public comment. Thank you.
Good to know. Okay, that is our last public comment online.
Thank you. I know we have a number of emailed responses, so I'll turn it over to Renee.
This public comment is from Sari Dillard. She has particular questions with regards to school openings. If a teacher tests positive for COVID-19, are they required to quarantine for 2 to 3 weeks? Is their sick leave covered, paid? If that teacher has 5 classes a day with 30 students each, do all 150 of those students need to then stay home and quarantine for 14 days? Do all 150 of those students need to get tested? Who pays for tests? Are they happening at school? How are the parents being notified? Does everyone in each of those kids' families need to get tested? Who pays for that? What if someone who lives in the same house as a teacher tests positive? Does that teacher now need to take 14 days off work to quarantine? Is that time off paid? What if the student in your kid's class tests positive? What if your kid tests positive? Does every other student and teacher they've been around have to be quarantined? Do we all get notified who's infected and when? Or because of HIPAA regulations, are parents and teachers just going to get mysterious, may have been in contact emails all year long? What is this stress going to do to our teachers? How does it affect their health and well-being? How will it affect students and faculty when their first teacher in the school dies from this? The first parent of a student who brought it home, the first kid?
Is that the end of it?
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'll just for clarification, public comments are, you may ask questions in public comment, but the board may respond, and most of these questions will be answered with the information we will be releasing in the coming weeks. So we won't necessarily be able to answer every question that's asked. Go ahead, Renee.
This public comment is from Michelle Kafish. The advice from pediatricians and the overwhelming science proves we should send our children back to school. They are the least vulnerable, and now we know that children don't spread it to adults. Their mental health should be an equally important consideration. If you continue to isolate them, those consequences from that will last a lot longer and the ramifications much more damaging. Let me go here. Jennifer Purcell. Mr. Stokes had mentioned that the risks that are involved. Teachers take a lot of material home to continue to work. Will there be any items to help keep teacher materials, laptops, teacher manuals, etc. clean, such as plexiglass around the teacher's desk to keep those take-home items as clean as possible? Just a thought, so I'm not bringing possible contaminants to my home or having the risk of bringing possible contaminants to my family. I have several folks that have more than one, but this comment is from David Sorensen. How can we teach the parents with a disability which have an IEP teach a special needs child who is on an IEP who is in high school at home? This comment is from Sari Dillard. How will you deep clean and sanitize everything in between and during group 1 and 2? How will you keep it safe and clean environment for our kids and teachers, and how can you protect their safety? This comment is from Rhonda Allison. For the families with multiple students, the hybrid model can cause a lot of issues. From Juliana Gabica. I have taken copious notes on the principles upon which discussions are based, long minutes on bus schedules, remote learning that is extremely vague, and after at least 40 minutes, Trustee Walker finally asked what precautions will be taken on campus. For me, that is the only question to be asked. How will every single person in the building be safe? How is the district ensuring the health and safety of kids and staff? The answer so far has been far less than confidence building. This comment's from Mr. Sorensen. Why can't a teacher come to the house if the parents have disabilities to teach the child with special needs on an IEP? Okay, question here is from Teresa Marler, and she's speaking as a teacher. There's several questions. I was wondering if our students would be marked absent if they are at the babysitters and the babysitter's unable to do schoolwork with the children they are watching, and how can we best teach those students in this situation during their at-home learning times? Number 2, is there a plan for getting more substitute teachers if needed if there is a breakout? Number 3, I'm concerned about our severe special education students and students with IEPs for extreme emotional state of being. I had a few students from my class last year that went into extreme depression from not having the daily routine of going to school and support that as teachers could give them in their environment of school. Is there a way that these few children can go to school daily to help their mental health and give them the stability they need? All the other students would be on their hybrid plan, but these students that the principal of the school and SPED teachers chose and got approved by you would go to the school Tuesday through Friday. I'm asking at it as a teacher and advocate for these particular students and for the parents that are speaking to me with their concerns. 4, what are your thoughts about recess and lunches? Are teachers getting their allotted breaks per the contract? 5, can teacher and students wear face shields opposed to face masks? And 6, will there be standardized testing, and will that testing count towards the teacher's evaluations? From Tawny Judd, will staff receive hazardous pay for working in a risky environment? Another comment from Ms. Judd. As a high school teacher, I'm expected to teach in class while at the same time manage and teach a class online at the same time, and understand Mondays will be prep days to do lesson plans, but when will I get the extra time to interact, engage, and answer questions for my students that are online? Will my contract hours increase, or will I be expected to carve out my own time to monitor whatever your word was, Mr. Stokes, learning? This comment is from Ms. Carrie Pryor. Please share that there is a current work meeting with the Nevada Department of Education that has been meeting bi-weekly since the end of June and continues to meet to develop guidance documents to support administrators around evaluation, NEPF, with the anticipation of being blended online and/or in person. Carson is currently represented by Mr. Brian Wallace, Dr. Jennifer Ward DeJoseph, Dr. Susan Molden, and myself. We will be sharing the guidance document and work with Dr. Delphin and then planning support and professional learning for administrators. Ms. Marler has a second comment. As a parent, she's wondering if consideration has been taken for families that have different age students in the same household. I would like to see my 6th grader and my 4th grader have the same days off so that the parent that has to stay at home only has to do that a couple times a week instead of the whole week off. How can I ask for this from the schools? Also, does the hybrid schedule apply to all levels of schooling, elementary, middle, and high school? This is from Alyssa Goldsworthy. Will all staff receive hazard pay because of because they will be exposed to students? Not all students are capable of using Carson Online due to technical accessibility or developmental issues, not being able to read independently. How will this be addressed? What about students on IEPs requiring direct instruction? From Ms. Marler, we are starting back to school with 3 training days and not 5 as mentioned in the meeting. Will we be asked to come back earlier?
Okay. Public comment, people get 1 public comment, so.
Okay. This comment is from Marcy Raba. Throughout the plan, there's a discussion of daycare being available on the 3 days a week when students are not in the school buildings. Can you share with the public a list of the daycares within Carson City that were contacted or that the district is aware that will provide daycare for elementary age students? How many spots are available at these daycares? This comment from Brenda Roberts. I appreciate that teachers shouldn't be daycare providers, but the sad truth is that Americans have chosen this reality by failing to address the long-standing lack of childcare. If you are aware of any daycare center in Carson City that accepts elementary students full-time, please let me know. Laura Ricks, is a teacher at Empire Elementary School, as well as a parent of a fourth grader at Seeliger Elementary. I would be in favor of an AM/PM alternate schedule with students. As a parent, my child would be learning by himself at home 3 days a week, and it would be incredibly hard for myself and my husband to support his learning through those days. An AM/PM schedule would allow him to be at home half the time and would alleviate a great deal of stress for our family, and I'm sure for many other families in a similar situation as myself. I believe that a day on and a day off of remote learning schedule would create chaos for learning for our students. It would cause constant task switching in our brains to go from a school environment of learning to an at-home environment off and on all week. I think that having a consistent time at school each day would alleviate some of the chaos for our students and help to facilitate better and more rigorous learning. Thank you for your time. This comment here is from Ms. Nicole Valdez. She provided a list of signatories of a petition, but her comments are, she would like to provide public comment. While it would seem that approximately 140 pages were devoted to discussing various routing matters for the different schools, a meager 3 pages were devoted to the school's reopening plan. This plan is wholly underwhelming and does little to quell the concerns of parents who believe this model is unhealthy and unsatisfactory for our children. In large part, the spring semester remote learning failed because of the unprepared nature of COVID-19 circumstances. The district has now had ample time to present more specific guidelines on how this model should work. I'm further exceedingly troubled by the following statement. If guidance from state leaders indicate that schools may operate with fewer or no restrictions, the superintendent will likely recommend to the board and the community a migration to a system of 100% on-campus and in-person education format when it is operationally feasible. I fully expect that if state leaders indicate schools may operate with fewer or no restrictions, the superintendent is expected to and must guarantee, not likely recommend, that schools will not only reopen 100% on campus and in person, but will also reopen immediately and not in a migratory fashion. Failure to do so will unnecessarily prolong the already devastating consequences of this setup. The superintendent has continued to indicate his desires for schools to reopen 100% in person and has placed the blame for the district's inability to do so on the governor's orders, which are questionable at best if they actually require schools to close and/or operate at 50% capacity. Failure to reopen the schools immediately upon approval from the governor would be direct contradiction to the superintendent's previous statements and desires, the statements and desires of parents and teachers alike, and will certainly open the door to unnecessary lawsuits against the district. It is also troubling to hear that the district has made no attempt in developing this framework to build a schedule of daily operations for schools. The individual school leaders have been thinking about and developing ways to operate their school activities once a framework is defined. The individual schools appear to have no control over whether or not they can or should reopen, and would appear to be at the sole discretion of the district based upon the guidelines provided by the governor, which again are questionable at best. They are, however, required to follow the district's vague guidelines while simultaneously being left high and dry on how to implement them. This would further open the doors to each individual school implementing drastically different daily operation schedules from one school to the next, meaning that children at each of the various schools are subjected to different schedules based upon the school they attend. This could present a variety of problems, especially for parents of students of different ages and
Renee,
at
that's
different
3 minutes, so we'll include the remainder of those comments in the minutes.
This comment is from Ryan Horth. I hope I said that correctly. He would like to first thank the board for allowing him the opportunity to provide the public comment. The pandemic that we are in the midst of is a historic event that will be studied by following generations to come. In historical times like these, when the world is faced with adversity and the unknown, the only way to conquer these daunting challenges is to lead. When a crisis happens, leaders seek solutions. They do not speak of their problems and follow behind others. They find a solution and bring the community together. It is quite obvious that the path the district has chosen is to follow instead of lead. The district has taken a conservative, self-serving approach, hiding behind the Emergency Directive 022 from Governor Sisolak. It is very clear that the district serves itself and its own self-interest instead of serving the community and the tax-paying public. This hybrid policy set forth is not in the best interest of our children. Other school districts throughout the state have taken the directive of allowing their students to go back to school full-time. The district has chosen the easy path of following Clark County instead of leading and seeking their own solution, which is best for our community. COVID will never go away if you do not get children back to school. Our children need a sense of normalcy, and the best thing we can do for our children is let them go back to school full-time. Placing our children in school full-time is not only good for them academically, socially, emotionally, and physically, it also creates the structure and routine they so desperately need. It gives them stability in their life. The hybrid system that the district is proposing will put a whole generation of children at a disadvantage. Students do not receive the same quality of education on a computer as they do from learning in a classroom. They do not have the same access to the teacher on a computer as they do in a classroom. They cannot improve their social skills on a computer, and placing them behind a computer encourages them to be less active. They have already suffered enough with the distance learning that took place at the end of the last year. They need to be with their friends, and they need to start feeling normal again. The hybrid system is not the solution that is needed at this time and is not good for our children. What is needed is for the district to lead this state with a plan that fits our community and needs. In these uncertain times of this global pandemic, our country and community need leaders. We need not follow like sheep and wait for others to choose our path for us. We need to be strong and pick a path that is best for our community and our children. We need not follow Clark County's example. This comment is from Adam Woodrum. He's a parent of two Carson City School District students, one at Seeliger and one at Eagle Valley Middle School. He finds the 3-page plan to lack necessary details. I'm sure many of my concerns have been addressed behind the scenes, but I would like more transparency in the process. Why was no 100% online plan been developed or presented? What happens if the governor closes school after day 1 and no remote plan or training was ready? What happens if there's an outbreak in a school? Has Carson City Public Health been consulted on the plan? Will sufficient janitorial staff be available for the amount of cleaning required? What happens if teachers refuse to work during the pandemic? Other schools across the country are already closing in-person instruction. Why is our district exempt from the concerns driving other districts? As cases rise, have projections been made for how many active cases we'll have in August? With such heavy reliance on the survey results, what safeguards were in place to ensure nobody was voting more than one time, and what safeguards were in place to ensure only Carson City residents with school-aged children were voting? The plan states in essence that social distancing is not possible. The Federal Centers for Disease Control still recommends social distancing. Why are schools exempt? Is the district equipped to offer COVID-19 testing to students and staff who wish to receive testing? This comment is from Jennifer Ma. As mentioned in the public comment on June 23rd, she has a daughter who's entering kindergarten at Fritch for the 2021 school year, and it is her desire that schools reopen for full-time in-person education, especially for elementary school students. I know that Superintendent Stokes has taken the position that the current orders issued by the governor prohibit such full-time in-person instruction. Based on the trustees' comments and questions at the June 23rd meeting, it appears that the trustees would like to have schools return for full-time in-person instruction. In-person instruction is preferable, and remote learning does not provide the same benefits. With this understanding, I hope that Superintendent Stokes' legal opinion of the current orders was reached with the assistance of legal counsel, and moreover, that questions were asked of such counsel regarding whether such a prohibition is legal and enforceable, allows for different interpretations, or is something that CCSD should consider challenging. Furthermore, I implore the trustees to advocate for our children and take all steps available, including challenging the governor's position to provide the best education possible. I hope that while the trustees are planning on a model that relies substantially upon remote learning, they are also obtaining sufficient medical research and statistics regarding the impact of COVID-19 upon children of different ages. With that information, I hope that the trustees and Superintendent Stokes will and are advocating for our children and their education. In addition to reaching out to the governor, if there are any other actions that I can take as a parent to further the trustees' actions to advocate for our children, please feel free to let her know. Understanding that at this point, Superintendent Stokes has made it clear that the district will reopen for in-person education and will rely upon more remote learning than in-person education. And having reviewed the 3-page summary provided to the public, I have the following questions and comments that I hope the trustees will consider in formulating their plan for the 2021 school year. Number 1, she would like to see additional information regarding the proposed plan made public as quickly as possible. The 3-page summary is woefully inadequate and fails to provide detail on numerous issues. To name a few such unknowns, it is unclear what cleaning protocols are proposed, whether temperature checks will be required, what PPE will be required of students and teachers, and whether children will still utilize community areas such as the cafeteria and playground. This is not the plan that will be submitted to the Department of Ed, and by failing to include that plan, the only people who will have had the opportunity to review the plan prior to its submission will be Superintendent Stokes, whomever he included in his committee with its preparation, and his
Renee,
staff.
that's 3 minutes, so we'll include the remainder of the comments in our minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
This comment is from Caitlin Howard. First, she would like to say that she's grateful for the leadership during these unprecedented times. I do not envy the decisions you have to make, as it feels like a bad game of would you rather. She's choosing to write the letter not out of opinion. You have your own, and I'm sure you have tons of letters stating what others are too. It is not my job. I have to start over. It is not my job as a teacher to force my opinion, but to try to give perspective for the middle school standpoint. I hope today in your meeting, your focus on our school district, our demographics, our amazing, innovative teachers, above and beyond staff, and our current ability to be one-to-one. Please take Washoe's numbers of COVID into consideration, as we have many staff and their kids who go to Carson schools that live in Reno. What if we ask the kids what they think about coming back? So Ms. Howard completed a survey, a brief survey. So she surveyed 100 of the 6th graders, 133 out of 147. If you had the option of staying home and doing online learning or going to school, but having to social distance, so 6 feet apart, wear a mask all day, no lunchtime or group work, which would you prefer? 29% wanted in school with social distancing, 33% blended, in school and online, 48.1% was online learning. Many of my students during distance learning, we did full-on new material at Carson Middle School with Zooms and video support, were afraid to go back, and they wouldn't be able to interact with friends, of work in groups, or participate the same way in class and electives. Personally, she's afraid to get sick with asthma. Well, anyway, there's some family history, and so I think maybe due to HIPAA, I will exclude that, Mr. President. So do teachers and students need to be effective online?
Mr. Russell, did you have a comment?
Okay. So personally, she's afraid to get sick with asthma. There's an autoimmune and a neurological heart condition. There's family members, an aunt and uncle, currently in the hospital in Idaho with COVID. They both were smokers when they were younger and both have diabetes and weight issues. They're currently in a battle for custody of their grandchildren. If her aunt and uncle dies, the kids will stay in foster care. My sister was almost hospitalized for it back in March, right before we shut down. She was sick for 4 weeks total. She had COVID and then got pneumonia. I don't know how I would get a sub for that long if I needed one in a regular year. Teachers and students' needs for effective online learning. Headphones with a microphone and Google Voice, computer mouse, funding for online programs and resources. Some are free and some aren't, and training. Stipend for getting their own tools for teaching at home. Time to prepare before school. Teachers and students need for effective in-class learning. Masks, at least for walking through the halls. Access to bottled water. Times they get to go outside, even if it's jump roping individually 20 feet apart outside. Learning at home was hard. School shouldn't feel like prison.
Renee, that's 3 minutes. We'll include the remainder in our minutes. Yes. Thank you.
This comment is from Pam Schenk. As a teacher who would be willing to return to on-site school with sufficient safety precautions in place, I am more supportive of those teachers who are anxious about returning to school because, like them, I do not feel that there are enough precautions that can be taken to ensure the safety of the students and the employees at the school. There are still too many unknowns about the virus, too little testing, lack of control under human contact outside of the school environment, and most importantly, cases in Nevada continue to go up. If this is about the education of our children, I agree that children do better in school with their peers and with a teacher to connect to in person. I honestly do better teaching when the students are in the classroom with me, and I do not look forward to online teaching. But if our children are our priority, then it is okay to say their being at school is more important than making sure they stay alive to reap the benefits of their education. I do not agree that we can accept losing even one child's life. If we send children into the classroom knowing that 0.02% of the children will die, how is that okay? Is this the number? This is the number touted by Betsy DeVos. I do believe that lives will be lost and probably more than that number. I had one of my students ask me last year how I would feel if one of them died from the virus. What an awful thing for a child to have to think about. And how do I feel? Devastated, especially if I knew it could have been avoided. Knowing your children will lose their lives because we open schools is murder. I am willing to sacrifice a student, let alone a child of mine. My daughter will be doing her schooling online, and even though she's in college, she will be sacrificing a lot not being at school. This is better than the alternative. The students will be out of the classroom forever, will not be out of the classroom forever, but a child's death is forever. If this is about the parents, I understand their frustrations. They need to work. They are not trained as teachers. They do not have the resources or skills to manage their children's schooling at home. Parents are used to being in a supporting role to teachers in the education arena. Even the teachers teaching online, this online schooling puts much more responsibility on the shoulders of the parents. Parents have to monitor what their children are doing, making sure they do their work and show up to the meetings. Parents may not be able to be home if they are working, so who's going to step in and monitor those children who are too young to stay home alone? Again, the alternative is to open the schools, and some of those parents, again, the alternative is to open the schools, and some of those parents will lose their children. This sounds so dramatic, but this is the reality. I cannot speak for others, but I know that I would rather.
Renee, that's 3 minutes. We'll include the remainder of the comments in the minutes.
This comment is from Stephen Vredenberg. He's writing to discuss his concerns about reopening schools to in-person instruction this August. For the most part, my colleagues and I agree that the start of an in-person instruction should be postponed until conditions are safe to return. As many of you are aware, the coronavirus cases in the state of Nevada are increasing at unprecedented rates. This has caused Governor Sisolak to revert some businesses back to Phase 1 of the Roadmap to Recovery plan. If we are reversing some of our community businesses back to Phase 1 because of deteriorating conditions, why are we considering reopening to in-person instruction? Recently, the CDC put out a report that listed 12 states that they expect to see a surge in COVID-19 related deaths. Nevada was number 7 on that list. The CDC also expressed their concerns about reopening schools and that in-person instruction will put anyone in attendance at high risk for the virus. Knowing that the CDC is projecting our deaths to increase and that in-person instruction will put all parties involved at high risk, why are we considering reopening to in-person instruction? Currently, the Nevada legislature is participating in a special session to address the funding situation within our state. I'm sure you read the news that the special session has shifted to online because there was a positive case of COVID-19 at the meeting. These are adults taking the proper precautions to protect themselves from the virus, and they still had to move to online. If adults using the proper protection had to move their meetings to online because of the virus, why are we considering reopening to in-person instruction? Our wonderful Secretary of Education recently tweeted that in-person instruction is essential to student growth. She stated in the same tweet, only 0.02% of children will probably die as a result of schools reopening. 0.02% of students nationwide equals 14,740 students. That is 40 times greater than the number of school shooting victims from the last 10 years. On the same note, a school district in Utah incorporated a letter template called Template of Letter for the Death of a Student or Teacher into their reopening plans. If we have to even think about students and teachers dying from the virus by participating in in-person instruction, why are we considering reopening to in-person instruction? I cannot speak for paraprofessionals, but teachers only receive 15 sick days a year. That is the equivalent of 3 work weeks. Let us say a teacher is exposed to the virus or comes down with the virus. The minimum amount of time they would have to take off is 10 working days. In addition, as we have read, the virus does not just go away after 10 days. Many people who have the virus are sick for weeks, some even hospitalized for months. A Seattle area man.
Okay, that's 3 minutes, so we'll include the remainder of the comments in our minutes.
This comment is from Asia Stewart Hensley. As a member of the community, parent of children in the school system, staff member of the same school system, and a student myself in the higher education system, I cannot support going back to school as normal. Yes, I would love for schools to open full-time with no restrictions, and learning must continue for normal development of our children and is essential to society. I don't dispute that. However, going back to school should mean going back safely with every single student and staff member attending, taking effective safety measures. No one is exempt. Opening schools as normal would also mean cases are declining, which they are not. I understand that children, when exposed to this virus, don't get sick like adults, but they still carry it and bring it home to their families. That said, a person with an underlying condition and children in their home could potentially be exposed to hundreds, if not thousands of people every day if schools open on a normal schedule. I am only one of those people. I don't like wearing a mask any more than the next guy. They're totally annoying, I get it, but I do it anyway because I know they work. I understand some parents depend on school as their babysitter. Those parents are more likely to send their kids to school sick or exposed to an illness. I also understand other families have the choice to send their children to school or not, and that's a wonderful position to be in right now. Not everyone is so fortunate. I don't have a perfect answer, but the normal schedule with normal condition is not it. Alternate scheduling and safety measures are a must for the upcoming school year. Please consider, there's an article that was also attached to this, President Walker, and I can provide that link in the minutes, and I'll post it on the website.
Thank you, and I think staff has a comment for you.
Oh, doodle.
So I'm going to we'll take a 2-minute recess. We're having some technical difficulties. We'll come back together at 10:20.
Let me pause here. What time is it?
Back to order. Continuing with public comment.
This public comment is from Shelley Van Sickle. Why is the proposed day for teachers to prep on a Monday? Where did you come up with this day? Wouldn't Wednesday be a better option for a workday? One group of kids attend Monday and Tuesday. The other group attends Thursday and Friday. Sanitizing to the level in which it is safe for a new group of students to attend can take place on Wednesday. Wiping down and sanitizing between classes is important, but a deep cleaning between groups on Wednesday is what is needed. Core classes could be taught physically, while electives and specials can be taught via distance education. Have you considered Clark County's plan for their 2021 school year? It makes sense. This comment's from Brittany Winkler. I'm writing as a very concerned CCSD elementary school teacher and mother of 2 young children.
Renee, hold on one second. Are we having?
Oh, doodle.
So we're having technical difficulties again, so we'll do a 2-minute recess.
So it's 8 first?
Yes.
And then
I tell the 1602.
they didn't like the participant ID.
Oh.
Oh, we went till midnight one time.
Thank you.
order, and we'll continue with public comment.
Okay. This comment's from Brittany Winkler. I'm going to start over, Mr. President, due to the technical difficulties.
That's
She's
fine.
writing as a concerned district elementary school teacher and the mother of 2 young children. She has many questions and concerns about returning to in-person instruction this August, and the first question being, why would we risk putting so many children and adults in immediate danger? Why would we return to in-person instruction when Nevada is surging with cases of COVID-19? Why would we return when our school district does not have the funding to provide the safest PPE and cleaning protocols for all schools, students, and staff? I understand that parents need to get back to work. I want nothing more than to see my students' faces in person again, but not until it is absolutely safe. As a parent myself with no family nearby, I understand the struggle of finding and paying for childcare, but I worry that parents and community members don't truly understand what going back to in-person instruction will look like. I have seen a push for in-person instruction because it is better for the child's mental health and emotional well-being, that they need to be with their friends and teachers again. But if it's done in a safe manner, none of this will be possible. Students will be wearing masks, and we will not be able to talk, play, sit with, or work with their peers. Teachers will be wearing masks and keeping 6-foot distance, which means I cannot bend down next to a student when they need help with a problem, or comfort a crying child when they get overwhelmed or feel like they can't breathe in a mask. I won't be able to high-five students. I can't give hugs. Students won't even be able to see my full facial expressions, or for some very sensitive students, this is essential. So what do parents envision when they see their children going back to school? If it is what school used to be, then they are very, very wrong. There is no way that school can go back to the way it was and still keep everyone safe. If the board considers a hybrid model, this could be more taxing on families financially than full distance learning. If I am being asked to teach in my classroom 5 days a week, yet my son only attends 2 days and has 3 days of distance learning, I'm going to have to find childcare for him while he is distance learning from home. So unlike any other time before, I will be giving more than half of my monthly wages to childcare provider so that they can care for my 4-year-old daughter and my 7-year-old son while he pursues distance learning 3 days a week. This type of model will ask parents to pay more for childcare than they have in the past, because not only will they need care for their younger children, but for their school-age children as well. So my next question is, what is 2 more days? If you propose a hybrid learning model and students attend in person for instruction.
Renee, that's 3 minutes. We'll include the remainder in the minutes. Thank you.
Mr. President, I have 2 more public comments that came in via email as I was speaking.
Okay.
So one is from Ashley Sullivan. Please consider that daycare is paid by the week, not by the day. By going week on, week off, this will not only provide for continuity of lessons for teachers, but ease of paying childcare providers weekly. And the next is from Shalina. I'm not sure I'll say the last name right. Boltier. As Dr. Delphin said, that we would have one-to-one devices for grades down to grade 3. Will all students be able to take their Chromebooks home for 100% online or hybrid models? I ask, as several of my students do not have computers at home. That's all I have at this time.
Thank you. Raymond, do we still have public comment?
I believe that comment was shifted to email, so there's no longer any public comment online.
Thank you. And I'll just, on behalf of the board, I'll take the liberty to say, responding to some of those comments, our first priority is the health and safety of our students and our staff. And so I think that some people got the wrong impression. There's a lot of moving pieces in these plans that we're looking at, but the safety of our students, the safety of our staff is of our utmost concern, all of us. We have taken those questions down, and I will work with Mr. Stokes, and we'll make sure that we get that information out to parents and staff members in a timely manner. For the board, I'll also work with Mr. Stokes and possibly get a special session together so that we can vote on this plan and allow him and his team some time to get public or community forums together and answer some of these questions, because I think that there's a real hunger from families to have information right now. And what I'll say to families and staff members, we've been inundated with calls, emails. Everywhere I go, I've talked to people about these things. And the bottom line is, whatever your perspective is, school is going to look different this year. And I don't think it matters what this board does. I think everybody's going to be a little unhappy with what we are required to do. For all of us, our first priority, our most important priority, is getting these kids into school when it's safe to do so. But we can't do that until the conditions are such that we can support having all the kids in the buildings. But as soon as that is safe to do so, and we have clearance from the governor, I know that that's certainly Mr. Stokes' direction. I know that's what we all would like. And so, that's what we're working towards. But in the meantime, we have to put some things in place to protect all the people that we're responsible for. And so thank you for the feedback and the input, and just know these are really hard decisions to make, and a lot of those questions you ask are questions that we all have, and there's not a lot of answers out there sometimes. And so thank you for helping us kind of formulate those. Anything from the board that they'd like to ask Mr. Stokes to consider?
I have one thing. One of the callers, or one of the emails, wanted to know why we're not opening schools, and I'm just kind of curious, how many other districts in the state are fully reopening the schools with no restrictions?
I'm not aware of any, Mr. Warner.
That's what I thought, but I thought we should get it out to the public.
Thank you.
Richard, between now and, I'm sorry, were you going to say something first?
It just dawned on me, I did hear from Esmeralda County. They have 84 students, and they do not have any students in their school district that attend high school in Esmeralda County. They send their students to Tonopah. So I believe that because they have had 0 instances of COVID-19 in their county, they have elected to move forward.
That would make sense.
Richard, between now and 2 weeks from now, when we vote on this, whether we have a special session or not, some of the concerns of the parents were wanting more detail in our draft plan. Can we expect a more thorough plan with more detail before we're asked to vote on this?
So just for some clarification, Trustee Cassiopo, was the information that I presented tonight, if that was detailed in writing, is that what you're seeking? Or are there informational items that I did not cover that you desire more detail?
I think incorporating what you discussed tonight would be helpful. And I don't have anything specific, honestly, in mind to say, please add this, please add that. But just in what I was hearing, I think kind of going through each of these, and anything we can offer more clarification to, I think would be helpful for the board and certainly for some of the concerned parents.
And I agree with that. I think that, Rich, one of the things, I apologize, Renee, I had my microphone off. to go along with some of those questions of the public comment, Stacy's questions, is the fact that we do have a plan for 100% online learning. And so maybe even a one page that kind of highlights the 3 different levels plans that we have that we could either have on our website or something just so that they know that there are options, because not everybody's has the same level of knowledge that we all do.
And then I would hope by then we have the report from Ann and Jose and the Carrie Pryor guidelines that she was talking about. I would hope that we have those by the time we have the next meeting too. And I don't know what the deadlines are with the committee that Carrie mentioned.
I think the committee that was identified by Carrie Pryor is actually a state committee. That's something that they're doing at the state level.
We don't know when their timeline to get out those guidelines are. No. Okay.
Just a thought I have, because this was the school reopening instructional committee's plans, draft plan, and I know that Mr. Stokes also had an operational committee that was discussing things from temperature taking and cleaning that wasn't part of the instructional committee, and I think a lot of the questions tonight dealt with some of those operations, so perhaps some more information on those type of things would be helpful too.
Do you have any questions for the board, Mr. Stokes? Okay, thank you.
Mike, I just one quick thank you, actually.
Yes.
Just, Richard, I mean, we heard a lot of comments and concerns from people tonight as well as the board, but I do want to thank you and your staff and everybody involved, as Mike said as well, with the committee and behind the scenes, because this isn't an easy task and there is no right or wrong answer. It's a challenging time, one that we haven't faced before. Anyone in the nation has faced before. So thank you for all the work you and the people you're working with have done from the district level on up. It's very challenging.
And I would second that, especially with committee members. We had administrators and we had teachers that were, and even classified on ours, and I'm sure there were some on the operational one, but they took time out of their summer vacation to put in their input. And it was really important, and a lot of the good stuff came from those frontline people, and we really did appreciate that, but they did it on their own time.
Mr. President, members of the board, I would just add, if you have strong feelings one way or the other on these different models or types that you've heard about or experienced, I'd appreciate just a personal email if you feel so inclined.
Thank you, Mr. Stokes. Okay, seeing nothing further, we'll move on to item number 9, discussion and possible action on the Nevada Association of School Boards nominations to be considered for recognition during the 2020 annual conference, if that even is going to be a thing. This is for possible action. So in our last meeting, we discussed some potential people for these awards. So for Administrator of the Year, we looked at Paula Zona and Sue Molden. District Employee Make a Difference, Beverly Heath and Letitia Servin. District Level Administrator Impacting Student Achievement, Valerie Dockery. School Board of the Year, we did not settle on anyone, and I know that there were some people were going to look into that, but things are so crazy for all of us that maybe we don't nominate for that one.
When I asked around, we had a couple suggestions, maybe Washoe because of the stuff they've gone through and they're coming out on the other end. Lander, all of their people were new 3 years ago and now they're all still there and they're making progress. So we just don't have enough detail to really get into it. And the ones that we do have details for are ones that have won in the last 3 or 4 years. So I think that maybe it would be best if we put our energy somewhere else than to that or the governance thing, because I don't think there's anything, I don't know of any board that's totally outstanding.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
other than us, so, and we won last year. We won it last year, so we can't go. Yeah.
Not to be narcissistic.
Never, just telling the truth.
All right, NASB Director of the Year. We talked about Chris Entwistle and Don Miller. Are we able to do two for that one? Stacy or Laurel?
I believe we just do one, and I think I would be supportive of Dawn Miller. She has been a director for more years, and she's done stuff for more of the state, serving on the State Board of Education, serving with a variety of different things. And Chris is a great guy, and he's done a great job. This is his first year as a director, so I think statewide more service has been given by Dawn.
And I believe I have one that we wrote for Don last year too, so that'd be great.
So you'll take over writing that one?
Yeah, I'll get right to work on that. Veteran School Board Member of the Year, we have Trustee Cassiopo. Individual School Board Member of the Year, we did not have anybody identified for that.
Only one I was thinking after going through the list was maybe Joe Krim, because it's his last year and he's been doing it for 12 years and he hasn't won an award, so. I was thinking
Yeah,
that.
Joe's
that might-
done a lot for the association and the
Yes,
state. I
30
think that'd be
years,
nice. So I'm in favor of that.
I'm in favor of that, too.
Okay.
Okay, does that mean that you guys are in favor, but I still have to write it?
Yeah, you have the knowledge.
We're even more in favor of that.
Yeah, that's what.
Or you
Actually-
just, you can give me your notes the morning of, and I'll put something together.
Like you do usually? It's the same system as always.
So new School Board Member of the Year, we discussed Richard Varner and Lupe Ramirez. Lupe and I discussed she is pushing Dawn forward, and so she'd like us to all consider Dawn. So I think we could nominate two people, so we won't be able to do all three. So
Is Don in his first term or his second?
it's first turn.
He's still in his first term? Because he was appointed?
Yeah.
It's the,
Yeah, I'm still in my first, but I honestly, I don't want to poo-poo this, but I don't need any awards. I appreciate it, but I don't want to pull a maybe this is not appropriate, like a Woody Allen or something, but I really don't. I'm okay with Lupe.
Thank you, Dawn. So, okay. We will have Lupe and Richard.
Thank you.
You only have one?
Okay. Okay. So we'll have Lupe.
We need a humble pie award next year. just so you know.
Speaking liberally for the three of you, we're proud of the work all of you are doing for the district, so thank you. Yeah.
I
Superintendent.
will say that I think that Lupe helping us have a bilingual board meeting is really something I don't think any other district has done. So I really think that that's outstanding.
Well, and she also has contributions, not just region-wide, yeah. 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 Superintendent of the Year, we have Wayne Workman from Lyon County School District. Any other thoughts with that? I think Mr. Stokes was going to help us get that one written. I might be able to help get some information for you. Individual friend of K-12 public education. So we have three people. Are we able to nominate three people? So we need to get it down to one. So we have Tim Milligan, Sheriff Furlong, and Officer Lisa Davis with the DARE program, and Beverly Wolf and Robert Betts for donations to the school foundation.
I'm sorry, what is the award title again?
This is Individual Friend of K-12 Public Education. So all three individuals have contributed to the school district in different ways. So I guess I'll open it up. What's the feeling of the board?
Well, sometimes when we've had that, we've asked for drafts of the letters to be written so we can get some more information on the individuals, and then we can make a decision from the drafts of the letters, and then sometimes if we don't have a draft of a letter, then that helps our decision.
So could I,
Two.
okay, so this is due at the end of this month, and our next meeting is the 28th.
28th,
So
okay.
we're going to have to fish or cut bait, Laurel.
I was just trying to give somebody.
You have to have the letters done, and then we could vote on them at that next meeting. That'll be so short, but we could do that, and because we're just filling out the forms
Okay.
that night anyway. But then it comes down to who's writing the letters. Just because we can't have staff do all of, can't overload staff, and so.
Well, it sounds like we have somebody from the foundations could probably do the one.
Yeah,
Mr.
Casey or
Stokes.
Steve.
Um,
Not you, though, because you have a lot going on, so you should delegate. I know it's hard, but. Okay. And I think even if we don't nominate them for this award, I think we should honor them at a meeting, even though we can't open it up to them, but to publicly thank them and the foundation for that, because that was a huge, huge thing.
All right, so then we're gonna, just to pull it back in so we could
Sorry.
get through business. Is there anybody who has information or relationship with Tim Milligan from General Motors or Capital Ford that,
No. Oh, you
or
know,
general manager of Capital Ford? Okay, I see the abbreviation. Do we have a volunteer?
I guess I could do that. I have to go talk to those guys
Okay.
anyway.
And then we have Sheriff Furlong and Lisa Davis with the DARE program. Laurel? Okay, okay. We'll figure that out. We'll figure that out. Okay. We have Innovative Educator of the Year, Bonnie Benson. Media Award for reporting in TV, radio, or online. We have Dan Davis. Yeah.
If he can't, we gotta wipe him out.
Media Award in Print Journalism, Jessica Garcia, Nevada Appeal. Local Governance Team of the Year, I think we decided to leave that off our list this year. And of course, Board Secretary or Administrative Assistant, Renee Cortez, Public Comment Reader Extraordinaire, School Board Trustee Wrangler, everything else, so.
We should probably update that letter,
Mhm.
that recommendation. So,
So those are the
Who
people
wants-
we had discussed last time. Is there any further discussion, any revisions?
could we just go over who's doing what so that we know that they're
Certainly.
getting done, and so in case I'm one of them and I didn't know that? So I don't come to
Let's-
the board. meeting.
Laurel, should we go back with Stacy the last few years about
I'm
these
trying to make
assignments?
amends. I'm trying to do it.
Not to throw you under the bus, my friend. Okay, so Mr. Stokes, the School Administrator of the Year, do we have information at your level for that? Would you guys be able to do that?
Yes, thank you.
And I guess the same thing with school district employee making a difference? Okay. And then we could have Renee be a real good sister. Right.
We can dig up some dirt on Mrs. Heath.
We could do a real creative. District level administrator impacting student achievement, Valerie Dockery, do we have anything on the? Director of the Year, I think that we have that, we could revise that. Joe's, I think I have one from Joe last year. Yeah. And then new school board member of the year, so we could, I will work with Lupe and I'll do that one. Okay. Sure, that'd be great. Individual school board member of the year, Stacy for Joe. Individual friend of public education, we've already done that one. Innovative Educator of the Year, I believe we have one for Bonnie from last year. Yeah. Okay. So we have Laurel doing that. And then the media awards, Dan, we're gonna task him with writing his own, according to Stacy. So we have the two media. I know we'd probably need his help with Jessica's, right?
Mr. President, I'd be happy to work on Dan's. I work closely with Dan every day.
And then Dan could do Jessica's.
Okay. And then Renee, I'll work with, how about Laurel and I'll work on that one? So this is for possible action. I don't know if what the board feels like. So, okay. Well, because it's on there for possible action, I'm wondering if we want to make a motion to table it?
Possible action, Mr. Chairman, so you don't have to take any motion.
Okay.
Because it is listed for possible action, you still do need to call for public comment.
Okay. And I will do that at this point. Do we have any public comment?
See no public comment online?
All right, no public comment.
Mr. President, do we have any, I must have dozed off when we were talking about individual friend of K-12 public ed. Did we determine who we were going to recognize?
We're writing letters, so I'm doing Tim.
I kind of would like to just pick one. So,
Yeah, my vote would be for Tim Milligan.
and I would say that the benefactors for the foundation, that's who I would support. I think that, I know Mr. Stokes is already working on some research. Sounds like they've been very generous to the schools in our community. So.
And even honestly, even if it doesn't, we'd like it to win, but even if it doesn't win, I think the recognition is important.
I'm just thinking, both Laurel and I have served on the nomination committee, so I was just trying to run it through my head.
Well, so have I.
I know that it's not about winning, but just, it's the competitive me in it.
At some point, we're going to become the C word. We're going to get ostracized. They're going to say, oh, this one's from Carson.
I was totally lost.
They're gonna see our name pop up and they're gonna be like, we're not giving them a vote.
You should watch that at 11 o'clock at night.
I'm just saying, we can't always have all the awards and these things. Okay. All right, does that answer, like, I guess we need to settle on.
Looks like there's no objection one way. We have the one Tim, and I think we should do something for Tim too, because he's helped those athletic programs an awful lot every year, so.
Yeah, he does a lot for the schools, and he has continued to do that for quite a while. It's just not a one-time thing for him. It's an ongoing effort on his part to support the schools.
And I have to meet with that group anyway, so I can get the information if we want to decide between those two. Mr. Stokes can do that letter for the next time. I mean, that's not going to take a lot. It'll give me something to talk about. So it's up to you guys, though.
I'm fine either way. I'm not exactly sure what you were getting at, though. You weren't real clear in your thinking, so what are you proposing, Trustee Wilkie? I heard you, I just don't know what it meant. What are you proposing?
I'm saying since we have the two that we're going back and forth with, we'll just get letters for both, because it's not going to cause
okay.
me any more time, because I have to meet with those people anyway. So I can get information about him and write it up. Well, put my notes together for Laurel to write it up. We'll be fine.
Yeah. Okay. I think that, are you fine with that, Mr. Stokes? Okay. All right, we'll move on to item number 10, approval of the consent agenda. This is for possible action.
I move that the Carson City School District Board of Trustees approve the consent agenda as submitted.
We have a motion by Joe, second by Stacy. Any discussion from the board? I'll just say to Christy, good hire, and her school psychologist. I was trying to convince Julie to come to my school when I had no psychologist last year, all year. So that's a good hire, Carson City. Any public comment on the consent agenda?
Seeing no public comment?
Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 11, informational items. These are for discussion only, and we don't really have much on there. So are there any questions of the board for Mr. Stokes or staff? Seeing none. Item number 12, requests for future agenda topics. I think that we have a pretty full plate at this time. Yeah.
I guess I'm just wondering if we shouldn't have some sort of question and answer session where, because public comment wanted to turn it where people, and we wouldn't have to answer the same thing over and over again, but maybe, and of course, everything is subject to change, but would that be something
I think
or do you think we're okay with having?
what we were going to do is we're going to try to get this plan approved and then allow Mr. Stokes some time to get a community forum together. If you'd like it at a board meeting, I think we could do that. I think that I'd rather give Mr. Stokes the time to get his team together and a method to do that.
And where would that 20-day deadline come into play?
Well, we'd still have to, if we approved it earlier than the 28th, we're fine. But at the latest, we need to approve that plan at the 28th. So I think that's what we're going to work with Mr. Stokes and try to find a date before then.
But do we have a chance to notice it properly with the open meeting law?
That's
That
what
way?
I
'Cause
was,
it's only
that's
2
what
weeks
I
away.
I'm just trying to, that was kind of, there seemed to be the discussion that was the intent of the board, so.
Yeah, I agree. I just wanted clarification at 11 o'clock on what the deadlines would be for posting and stuff like that, if it's possible.
So even if the board didn't fully decide until the 28th of July, our next school board meeting, we would still, and if at the next board meeting, it was approved to push the start of the school year forward back, whichever way gives us to the 24th, then there would still be there's actually another week on top of that we would have enough time to still fall within that timeframe.
Will you be able to do, I think the reason they were wanting to move the decision up a little bit was to give you more time to share information with the public. So do you need to have a plan approved by the board before you can do a community forum or not?
Not necessarily, but I would have to just reiterate that this plan, if the plan that we talked about tonight were on tap for consideration, I think people would assume that that's the one that the board is considering the most strongly. And I hadn't heard anything tonight to indicate otherwise, so that would be what I would continue to put forward.
All right. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is adjournment, and we are adjourned at 11 p.m.